Good afternoon, everybody. It is approximately 6 p.m. It is Tuesday, May 5th, 2026, and this is Laredo College regular board meeting. I call this meeting to order. Roll call.
Yes, sir. Esteban Rangel.
Present.
Ernestina Tita Vela. Present. Jackie Leven Ramos present. Cindy Liendo. Present. Erica Benavides Garcia. Absent. Mercurio Martinez Jr. Absent. Adriana Alexander. Here. Lizzie Newsom. Present. Karina Elizondo. Absent. Sir, you have a quorum, and I'd like to make a motion to excuse Mr. Judge Mercurio Martinez Jr.
Okay, there's a motion. There's a second. There's a motion by Ms. Ramos, second by Ms. Diendo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion passes. Thank you. We are about to go ahead and do a prayer and a pledge. May I ask for a somebody that would like to give a prayer from my trustees? Cindy? Sorry, it's because Ms. Garcia was going to do it, but she's running a little bit late. I apologize. If we could please stand.
Dear Lord, thank you for bringing us here together. Help us bring focus, unity, and wisdom. Let us make good decisions tonight, as we do every day, in the best interest of our students and our community. Amen. Amen.
Ms. Alexander, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ms. Liendo and Ms. Alexander, for that. Public testimony, Ms. Bocanegra? None. Okay, thank you. Item number 4, recognitions. 4A, Laredo College honors students participating in a research symphony at Texas A&M University at San Antonio. This will be presented by Mr. Webb. Is he present? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Webb.
Hello, everyone. I'm Alan Webb, and this is Erica De Leon. She's also.
Sir, will you get closer to the mic, please?
Yes.
Said hello, everyone. I'm Alan Webb, and this is Erica De Leon.
Good
We're
afternoon.
both chaperones on the recent honors research symposium trip, and that's what this brief presentation is about. The symposium was called Open Minds and Open Futures, and it was at Texas A&M San Antonio. So we left. It was on Friday, March 20th. The symposium isn't until the 21st, but it was on the morning, so we had to spend the night. So we went to San Antonio on the Friday and spent the Friday night there. It was an entire daily event, right? So we began at like 8 a.m. and we didn't leave until like 4:30. There were quite a few schools who were part of this symposium, but of all this list here, you can see it's universities and colleges. Laredo College was the only out-of-town institution that was accepted into this symposium. After us, Austin College was also accepted, but they were too late for this year, so they're going to be a part of it next year. Now, each school on this list hosts a symposium at one time or another. I don't know if that's going to extend to the out-of-town schools. The first one to do it was Palo Alto, and the second year, this one went to was the third year. The second year was UTSA, and then TAMU San Antonio was the third year. And, we also volunteered as judges. So we were 2 judges. We took a total of 9 honors students and 4 presentations. While our students were presenting, Erica and I got to judge other students' poster presentations, and Erica even judged the oral presentations also. There were 2 categories of presentations, poster and oral presentation. The category that we competed in was the under 60 hours. So you have under 60 hours, people work on their associates. Over 60 hours, you're already at a university, you're no longer at a college. So our students were presenting next to university students also, not competing with them, but presenting next to them. So they got a chance to see that research also. The first presentation was the use of caffeinated drinks by college students, how much they drink and the effects that they feel from it. And this is our students, Osvaldo, Jimena, and Magali, presenting. The second presentation was the impact of assistive technologies in special education classrooms. Sounds very difficult. I didn't do any research on it. You can see how full the posters are. They're a lot more legible when they're in person. And this is a picture of those students, Peter, Maria, and Ashley, all presenting. And we had a student that presented by themselves, April. She's sitting over here. The self that happens first. It was all about subconscious behavior and the construction of identity. It's a very interesting presentation. There's a picture of April by herself. And then we had digital childhood screen habits and cognitive development. This is by Sofia Rodriguez and Sofia Quintanilla, who are both here also. Picture of them presenting. Then we had lunch. And then we got the results. So, third place winners. Sofia Rodriguez and Sofia Quintanilla, good job. And we also had an honorable mention, April, presenting by herself. Good job. And then we took a final pick before we went home. Now, we're ready for next year. Now we know what to expect. This was the first year that we went to the symposium. We hope to take a few more students next year and have a few more presentations and win even more. And now we're looking for something in the fall also, because that's only a spring symposium. So now we're looking for one in the fall also. And that's the end of it.
Well, congratulations. Congratulations to the winners, and thank you for putting us on the map. We're very, very proud of you. If any other comments from my board members? No? Ms. Ramos?
Really quick. I just think it's awesome, the types of topics that you all presented on, because it brings to light some of those subjects that we're thinking about, but we just don't want to talk about. So kudos to all of you for doing such a great job. Thank you.
Can we go ahead and can I ask my fellow colleagues if we could step to the front and can we have a picture with all the team? Mr. Webb and your team as well?
And we have some recognitions on behalf of the board for Sofia Quintanilla, April Valencia, and Sofia Rodriguez. So ladies, if you'll step forward.
But all the team as well. I want to go ahead and take this moment and recognize Ms. Erica Benavides Garcia. She is present. Thank you. Can I go ahead and real quick, my board members, can we stay here? I want to go ahead and I know this is not in the script, but I do want to go ahead and recognize Ms. Bocanegra for administrative executive secretary for the board. This is on behalf of the board members, all of us. Here's a little gift card. So, but it's on behalf of all the board. Thank you. Sorry we went a little bit off script, but it was very nice and off agenda. Yeah. Sorry, I apologize for that. 4B is going to be tabled for a future meeting. They are currently getting pinned right now, so we will recognize them on a later date. What? No, just defer. Yeah. Item number 5, Laredo College Student Government Association report. Ms. Ballesteros. Oh, are you going to give the report? Yes. Okay. I'm sorry. What's your name, ma'am? Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Akimina Casono. I am the acting president of the Student Government Association, and I'm here to present our SGA updates. Over the month of April, our SGA has been very engaged, remaining actively in engagement, promoting student involvement, leadership development, and campus support initiatives. Our efforts focus on creating meaningful opportunities that positively impact the student body and strengthen our campus community. Some of the events that we have done this past month, this was actually in the month of March, but we actually all collectively as an SGA participated in the big event. We also had an event collaborating with the Palomino Pantry, and we attended the conference of SGA at Texas A&M University in College Station. We also were part of the Student Life Awards, and we went and hosted our first generation courting ceremony for this semester. The Palomino Pantry pop-up event was a collaboration with one of the student organizations on campus, which was Tache Move Texas. The Palomino Pantry Thrift provided students with access to free clothing, snacks, and campus resources in welcoming environment. This event was mostly to promote our Palomino Pantry. We have a lot of clothing, and we tried to promote that a lot because a lot of the students tend to mostly go for groceries, which is in highly need and support. But we wanted to mainly focus on what the Palomino Pantry also has to offer. We also attended the conference of student government associations at Texas A&M University. We were the only college out of all universities and mostly four-year institutions. One of the biggest and I think one of the best things about attending this conference was letting people know and sharing our ideas with other institutions. We had four-year universities wanting to learn a little bit more about what our SG offered, such as the first generation ceremony. And it was really nice to see that other student leaders wanted to take this initiative in their own campus. We also attended the Student Life Awards, where we presented two awards, which was the Officer of the Year and the Student Success Champion Award. Our Officer of the Year was Jimena Vasquez. She is our secretary, and she was outstanding in leadership and dedication and her commitment to our Student Government Association. And for our Student Success Champion Award, we had Title III Leaps Power. We recognize for the support and student achievement, and overall, just all the hard work that they provided us throughout this school year. We also won Change Making Organization of the Year, recognizing our effort and our event in recognizing first generation students. Now, the biggest event that we have is their first generation ceremony. We just had one this past week, which was April 28th, and we have one tomorrow, May 6th. We had over 200 graduating students attending this ceremony. And the first generation ceremony is mostly to celebrate the accomplishments of our first generation students who are graduating and recognizing their hard work, resilience, and dedication through their time in this institution. That's it. Thank you.
Ma'am, please, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. I know you had a very busy month. This last month, it was very, very busy. So just go ahead and please tell your fellow colleagues that they did a really good job and we're very proud of them. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments? No? Okay, we're moving on. Board committee reports. Board committee reports. We're going to start off with 6A, Student Success Committee meeting report. Ms. Erica Benavides Garcia. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good evening, everyone. Yes, we had our Student Success Committee meeting on Monday at noon, and we started at 12:04. We had several items on the agenda. First was the discussion of a dual post-secondary credit partnerships agreement between Laredo College and the different school districts. Ms. Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina and Mr. David Ariazola presented on that. I'm going to give you a couple of highlights from their presentation. All current school districts, including Laredo Independent School District, United Independent School District, Harmony, School of Excellence, Piedra Aguilar Academic Ministry, San Agustin High School, Webb Consolidated Independent School District, and Zapata County Independent School District are the districts that we work with. This memorandum of understanding, the MOU that we have, establishes a dual credit partnership between the college and participating school districts to provide eligible high school students with access to college level academic and workforce courses. Through this partnership, students may earn both high school and college credit simultaneously, as well as participate in continuing education courses that support workforce development and industry certification. The agreement ensures that all dual credit offerings maintain the same academic rigor, maintain the same academic rigor, curriculum standards, and faculty qualifications as courses offered on the campus level, on the college campus level, while aligning with state legislation and college higher education coordinating board requirements. The MOU also outlines key operational components, including student eligibility, admissions requirements, course delivery modalities, faculty selection and evaluation, and funding structures. The district and college will collaborate on student recruitment, academic advising, and the development of clear educational pathways to support college readiness and workforce outcomes. Additionally, the agreement addresses tuition and fee structures, data sharing, compliance with state and federal laws, and provisions for student support services, ensuring a structured and equitable framework to expand access to dual credit opportunities and promote student success. Then we went on, we had a presentation on the Talent Strong Texas Pathways Prior Learning Assessment Initiative and Dr. Heriberto Hernandez spoke about that. He will be speaking about that later. Let me tell you just a little bit about it. I have it here. Excuse me. Let me see. Okay, this initiative, it recognizes courses, the applied learning courses to academic course credits, professional licensure or recognized certification, internal credit by examination, and professional employment experience occupational certification. It is the evaluation of college level learning acquired outside the traditional classroom, translating real world experience into college credit. So that's something that we are looking forward to and excited about. And I did want to let you all know about that. Next, we went on and we had an update on the car show that we had, and that also went very, very well. It was held at the South Campus, and I think we had a record number of cars participating and people there at the show. Also, we did make a record number as far as our funds are concerned as well. Then we had an update on the big event, which you kind of went through, and I want to let you know how proud we are of you all. And when we saw the numbers of people, students and teachers and faculty that were there, I mean, it was incredible. So we want to say thank you. And thank you for not only doing what you do for Laredo College, but doing what you do for our community, for our city as well. And I know it was in different areas of the city. So I want to thank you, and I want to thank your sponsors and the people that oversee what you all do, because you all are doing a fantastic job and making us very proud. Okay. And that was pretty much, okay, we also did the Laredo Summer College orientations. Mr. Rivera went over that. He let us know what was coming up as far as the summer classes and the summer offerings that we have, and they will go over that later on. And that was it for my committee.
Thank you, Ms. Benavides Garcia. I do just want to add something. I did attend that committee meeting, and talking a little bit about the pathways. I'm very proud of staff on this, Dr. Liberto, Dr. Tijerina, Dr. Ramirez as well, and with all your team. I think it's like I mentioned it there. I won't go into too much detail, but this allows people that, like I mentioned, people that have experience 10, 15, 20 years. This allows them to get closer to being able to get a certification, a degree. And I think that, like I mentioned, Laredo is full of people with a lot of experience. It's just, they just didn't finish school. They didn't get there. But now with these types of pathways that we're leading to, I think we're giving them the essential tools to actually go out there and grab these certifications or degrees. So I'm very proud of staff on that. So thank you for making that happen. 6B, Finance and Audit Committee report, Ms. Ernestina Tita Vela.
Yes, we met a week ago today.
Hold on,
I'm sorry, Ms. Newsom, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a comment for the record. I know there might have been some confusion about why I was not there on Monday when we had this meeting. I love this stuff, but I am a high school and middle school principal. I have requested that the committee chairs take something into consideration. At times, maybe we can do some noon and then some at 5. I have asked, and I did submit an email letting them know that I would be tentative, and I also sent an email requesting if they would reconsider to having it at 5. So the reason that I didn't attend the meeting is because we had STAR testers on Monday in both the high school and the middle school, and I couldn't leave. Just wanted to state that for the record, and also want to wish all the educators in here, because all of you all are educators, a happy Educators Teachers Appreciation Week, and happy Cinco de Mayo, and happy May the 4th be with you. That was yesterday. That's all for the record. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Newsom. Ms. Vela, go ahead.
Yes, we had our meeting a week ago, in fact, during the noon hour, and it was really a very fruitful and short meeting. We had a presentation by Mr. Cesar Vela and our consultant from Valley View we're in a very, very healthy position right now. They went through the quarterly investment report again. Everything looks very, very good there. We're very financially stable. One of the interesting things is that up to this date, we have 93.36% of our taxes collected. And last year it was 93.5. So we're right on schedule. Which is very good, which means that by the end, we should be pretty close to the 98, 99%, which we normally are. There was a increase in our fund balance by 14.1%. As of March 31st, it could be more by now that we're in May. So, but that's another very extremely commendable part, considering how our other districts are doing right now, are comparing ourselves to them. We also discussed the approval of a purchase equipment for the Instructional Technology Center of 30 interactive panels, PCs, and these are going to be used with our interactive learning, and everybody knows that, the hybrid courses, our dual enroll, all our online courses, etc. Another very interesting and we're very fortunate that we received another $50,000 from the Summers family, and which brings us up to 314,000. I think we ended up at that, and we match it, which is unbelievable. They have been so extremely generous, and I don't know what we can do to thank them for all they've done for us. And the last thing is something that we're going to see in our meeting, and that is an amendment to a resolution to a grant application.
9A, Ms. Vela.
9A?
Yes.
Okay, and basically, nothing changes there except for the fact that the financial manager was changed from Cesar Vela to Susana Carrion, which is the person that's working on this grant. And that was it. No, we adjourned, so.
Thank you, Ms. Vela. I'm going to go ahead and now item 6C, Building Committee Meeting Report by Ms. Cindy Liendo.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. On Tuesday, April 28th, the building committee met. There was only 3 items on the agenda. The first was to discuss the approval of the South Campus electronic door access presented by Mr. Albert Chavez. The second was the discussion of the approval of the change order for sewer line replacement project presented by Mr. Cesar Vela and Mr. Huicho Tijerina. And the third was a discussion updating the name of the Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Science Center to Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Center, as per Laredo College Board policy. All of these items were very straightforward, and the board recommends approval.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Ms. Liendo. I'm moving forward with 6D, Program and Policy Committee Meeting Report by Ms. Jackie Levin Ramos.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Program and Policy Committee meeting took place on Wednesday, April the 29th, and in attendance were all the committee members and the administrative staff, along with our board chair, Mr. Esteban Rangel. Our discussion for this meeting centered on the following items: the update on the Faculty Council in accordance with Senate Bill 37, which will be discussed under information items and bring forth clarification and update on the status of the Faculty Council. It was discussed in committee referencing Senate Bill 37. Further discussion and information will be provided in 7D if anyone asks for it. Modifications to the following policies under consent agenda are DCB local employment practices tenure, DMB local termination of employment tenure, and DEC local compensation and benefits leaves and absences. As discussed in committee, Dr. Marisela Tijerina explained the modifications relating to these policies. Both DCB and DMB local reference Senate Bill 18 and Texas Education Code 51.492 as the basis for the modifications. DCB local policy applies only to faculty members serving in positions of faculty status and does not apply to non-faculty staff and administrators who are not faculty members. DMB local references who this policy affects. This policy only applies to faculty members serving in a faculty category and does not apply to non-faculty employees, which needs to be stated in the policy. 8D on tonight's agenda references DEC local compensation and benefits, leaves and absences, and applies to personnel that transition from staff to faculty to have their vacation payout provisions be provided to those individuals who go from staff to faculty positions. Page 5 and 6 of 9 details the modifications being proposed to this policy. Thank you to Ms. Cardenas for bringing that forth. Dr. Hernandez brought forth the explanation for the approval of the following programs: the Associate of Science in Criminal Justice and the Associate of Applied Science in Law Enforcement. Committee members discussed these particular modifications or additions and agreed to bring forth as such. The last two items discussed include modifications to BD local board meetings and revisions to the Laredo College Board Procedures Manual were also discussed in committee and agreed to by the members to bring forth as such. I will provide the board with reference information as provided in your packet on the two items in 9B and 9C. And as a friendly reminder that all committee meetings are available on YouTube under Laredo College and can be referenced live as the meeting is taking place or reviewed before the board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go ahead and thank the committee members, the chairs that hosted these meetings. We're moving on to item 7, informational item 7A, renewal of dual post-secondary credit partnership agreement between Laredo College and school districts. This is by Dr. Marisela Tijerina and Dr. David Ariasola. I do want to make a quick comment on this one. Ms. Newsom, do you want to bring up your item to discuss this, which is the one that you had suggested, which is the dual one? Do you want to make a motion and bring that item so we could discuss them,
No,
or
I
do you
would
want to
like-
separate them?
I would like for them to present because maybe some of my questions will be answered with their
Okay,
presentation.
that's fine.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Dr. Tijerina and Dr. Ariasola.
Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. For the record, good evening, board members, Dr. Minita, legal counsel, my colleagues, students, faculty, and staff. It is my honor to stand here and present a very powerful MOU that consists of partnerships that we have today. With me standing are my colleagues, Dr. David Ariasola and Mr. Julio Reyes. But also we have special guests in the audience. From LISD, we have Ms. Monica Calles and Ms. Yvonne Degollado. From UISD, we have Andrea Garza, Ms. Emma Rodriguez, and Ms. Annette Rodriguez. Annette, right? No, okay. Okay, good. So we've been in these discussions, I think, for over a year, and part of the renewal had to be because of the Senate bills that came about, as I explained during the Student Success Committee. Just in short, for the academic affairs side, we added continuing education courses to the MOU. We already had been doing it, but it wasn't in the as descriptive as it is of what you see today. And part of that is because if you remember, House Bill 8 accounted, and the FAST program accounted for the continuing ed courses, which obviously consists of Dean Sandra Cortez in the back. And the other thing we just had to make sure is that everything here in our, I think we have about 16 offsite locations at this point. And any offsite locations, we have to ensure that on the academic side, the rigor, the expectations, the grading criteria, everything that we do in a face-to-face, online, hybrid is the same standard of what happens in dual, just in a traditional college course. I couldn't express the amount of students that we have at this point, which is close to 6,000 or over 6,000 of enrollment. But the continuation, the expectations, the procedures are all done because of the strong partnership that we have. It's not just UISD and LISD. The rest of our partners could not be here today because they're out of town. But certainly I want to recognize those partners as well, because it does take an entire village and whole Webb County community. Now, in regards to student eligibility, that is really contingent on the school districts and how they take in their early college admissions. That's separate from the college admissions that we have. So on the rest of the part in regards to student eligibility, that is all the same standards like what we typically have with a college student. I'm trying to see, faculty evaluation and selection. The college reviews the academic credentials of the faculty and determines whether they are qualified to be teaching in that respective discipline. So we do oversee that component, and we work with the school districts on that evaluations as well. We perform classroom appraisals and work with the dual adjuncts, or we also send our our faculty out there to the offsites if the school district is not eligible to provide a qualified candidate. Again, the grading, the expectation, grade appeals, all the academic processes are treated the same. The books, textbooks, we've done a big effort thanks to the board declaring, if you recall, the open educational resources and how we do priority in trying to provide an OER to all our courses that impacts the dual. So I know that they've done a lot of presentations to their board of how much they have saved in not spending textbooks, and because of the work that our faculty has done in regards to an open educational resource initiative. The other thing is that we continue to offer free tuition thanks to the board as well. And in the MOU, we do have a little section where we intend to continue as long as the state continues to provide us with the FAST funding. And if there's any changes, I don't foresee that the board will change their mind unless we are in a financial situation. And if we have to revamp that, we'll definitely bring it back to the board. But of course, our intent is to continue offering the free tuition thanks to the board. I'm trying to think if I... So it's basically the same services we have to provide in regards to advising.
I have a couple of questions to Dr. Tijerina. First of all, thank you for working on this. I know that the partnership with the school district means a lot for our institution. One comment I'd like to say is you pretty much answered it right now, where there's no talks of the college currently wanting to charge the school district. I know there's been comments said out there. I do want to go ahead and say, you like you said it perfectly, unless we're in a very different standpoint, then that has to come to the board for approval if we want to do that. But right now, thank you for answering that we are not planning on charging the school districts for anything. We want to continue the partnership. But so this one, this document, you went ahead and you worked on it with the school districts, and you're going to, when was the last time you guys brought this to the board for approval?
2022.
2022, okay. But every year, if an amendment or an addendum needs to be done, you guys, it's pretty much she's authorized to do it,
That is
Dr.
correct.
Ramirez?
Yes,
Okay.
that is-
Okay, so, okay, no, I just wanted to make sure, with that, I do want to recognize, both, UISD and LISD for being here. Do any of you want to make any type of comment just on the MOU? You are more than happy before we start asking more questions, if you guys want to. Sorry to put you guys on the spot.
On behalf of Laredo ISD, we just want to say thank you. Thank you for your support. Thank you for always standing by our students. We're very grateful to all of Laredo College, the dual enrollment team. They support us. We meet very frequently.
I want to say non-negotiable. We meet 3 times a year, but we meet much more than that. And when we meet, it's everybody at the table. It just shows the commitment to our students. And on behalf of Laredo ISD, we want to say thank you for all that you do for our students.
Thank you so much, Ms. Calles.
May I say something to Ms. Calles and her team? I know some of y'all are here, Yvonne, I see Yvonne. I do want
To come on campus, it's incredible. So I thank all of you for this.
Thank you, Ms. Vela. Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
As I want to echo what Ms. Vela said, because when I started, it looked like it was, beginning. It was the beginning of the beginning, right? And I want to send a shout out and a kudos to, thank you very much to Andrea, because I know we've worked together before in the past. And I have seen the program develop, nurtured. It's been like, we were talking about it the other day with another fellow colleague, and I said, are we builders or planters? We definitely are planters, because we're getting ready. We're getting those students to be adults that will benefit and reap the benefits from the decisions that we make and that are impactful toward the community. And I highlighted the area on page 10 where the free stuff. So we really need to remind everyone that those opportunities, they come and they could be taken away from us at any time because of the way that the structure of the budgeting works at the state level. But I'm very appreciative of the students that have taken advantage of that opportunity to get ahead of the game and be prepared. And thanks to you all, you provide the leadership, LISD, UISD, and the rest of the corresponding agencies that also support us. Thank you very much for doing that, and we'll keep on renewing those MOUs as long as it's free, like that commercial that comes out. So I do appreciate that, and it makes me beam with pride to be a part of this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Chair recognizes Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also want to thank our partners, certainly our largest partners, UISD and Laredo ISD, but I want to remind the board and the public that these partnerships extend far beyond our city limits. We also partner with Zapata Consolidated Independent School District and with the Jim Hogg County School District in Heberville and with the Webb Consolidated School District. We provide services to them as well, to our Catholic schools and our private schools. All of them abide by the same MOU. And it really is a pleasure for us to be able to provide these services and these kinds of supports to our students that introduce them to a college life that really can be attained by everyone. And the FAST program that was passed by the Texas legislature allows us to support our school districts with this kind of financial support. And so I guess putting it to rest, no, we will not charge for this next year because we have been guaranteed. Mr. Vela and I received a letter already from the state, from the coordinating board, that the FAST program will continue, and therefore, while they're cutting a little bit of the funding, it will still be sufficient for us to provide the services that we currently provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ramirez. Chair recognizes Ms. Newsom.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel. So yes, I do have a couple of questions, and hopefully, this is just for clarification purposes. And the reason that I brought this, there's a gnat, guys. I've been like, you see me going like this, is because there's a little fruit fly. I'm sorry. The reason that I have brought this up is because, like I said, I do see some differences, and we can't dictate, right, what the districts do, right? But I'm also wondering on our side, right? So, for example, I know that the gold courses, those are the ones that are online, right? I know that both UISD and LISD have, of course, right? If they had any control of it, of course, they would rather have a teacher, right? A teacher of record. And my question is, are we not, like, what is the issue for us? Sorry, like that we can't hire more, face-to-face type teachers? Like, because I know that was one of the things that I came across that, if they had a preference, right, if they could choose, if they had any say, well, of course they would, and this is, both districts and the surrounding, right? They would prefer, right, than the online. And so I'm asking, like, as a board member, and what is it because there aren't any teachers out there, the instructors? Is it we're not posting, or like what? I mean, I'm just wondering what the disconnect here is.
The intent is to go again by the program, right? So obviously in an online, like Gold, it's an online program. But there are circumstances where the intention is to be face-to-face. However, there's only, and if the school district cannot provide the dual adjunct, then that means Laredo College has to provide that faculty member to go out there. And so you have to remember with our faculty, I mean, there's a lot in here. They have to sustain the enrollment that we have for Laredo College, meet that, and meet the expectations of the offsite. And obviously the offsite, you have to consider also the mileage. So sometimes, let's say a class is from 9 to 9:50 and the class at United or Sierra starts at 10, there's no time in between to do a travel. So at that point, we have to offer what we intended to do face-to-face, now offer either video conferencing or hybrid. I mean, things happen just like any other institution, agency. People are out on FMLA. Even during the semester, we do some changes, not customary, not what we want, but because there's people out on FMLA, people leave, we work together to ensure. The most important thing that I can assure you is that when modalities have to change or sections, the students always come into mind first, because we have never canceled a course halfway or at the beginning and not allowed the student to progress in the sense of their pathway or their degree plan.
Okay, so my question is, can we hire more people? Because yes, it sounds like, right, they're stretched thinly, like going across and then still having to address the.
So we work together with the school districts because they each have programs for their own, are getting the 18 hours or the credentials to eventually teach. So if, let's say, for example, I know that UISD next year will have a government instructor, then there's no point for LC to hire a government instructor, because then we will only have them for one semester and then be told that there's no more classes, for them, because so it's a lot of planning, a lot of strategy. And yes, whatever we have posted, it is on our website in regards to, and if you look at our job descriptions for both adjuncts and full-time, it clearly states there that they may teach online, face-to-face, off-site. Off-site location is basically doable.
Okay, that answers my question. I do have, can I continue with my questions, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Well,
So.
hold on, Ms. Garza, I think she has a comment to your question, ma'am.
She basically covered it. I was going to comment that on the district side, at least in United ISD's experience with Gold, because I know Gold was that question. We, much like Dr. Ramirez mentioned, the vast stretch of what your dual enrollment programs do across different school districts. Just in UISD, we have ESP, we have ESP1, we have Gold, we have early college. And so Gold at the district level is designed to pick up kids in the very final stretch, which I know you were kind of beginning to mention. And it allows an accessibility and flexibility with the schedule, meaning a child that's in early college from start to finish, very prescribed. A child who's in early start pathway, more of a cafeteria plan, but that can begin early. And then a child who maybe passes TSI, demonstrates readiness, but they're a junior and in many cases a senior, don't have room in their schedule to finish, complete, or take the amount of classes. So Gold provides an opportunity for multiple different sections we offer, different subject areas, content areas, all at once. So that plays a role, I'm assuming, in also the staffing.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and so pretty much it's logistics, is it we have the staff or something
Yeah,
like that, right?
I mean, I don't want to get too
Yeah, of
detailed,
course,
but I
no.
can assure you, let's say like math department. Fall is very heavy where our faculty have to go off to the offsite locations and support the demand. In the spring, they're not needed in the offsite. So also in some situations, the need is not there all year round. It's heavy only in certain semesters. So
So there-
every discipline, every program, as Ms. Garza mentioned, it's gonna vary. So it's very hard to
Yeah,
I get that.
logistics and planning and everything. It's similar to the
I get that.
situation like you, Ms. Newsom, that like you couldn't come to the meeting because you couldn't get out. Probably the same thing with them. They can't logistically put somebody out there, so it's probably the same situation. But anyhow, do you have any other questions?
Yes, that's an interesting analogy, but yes, I have more questions. Being that it is Mental Health Awareness Month, from January to, you all know that, right? May is Mental Health Awareness Month. From January to, I want to say the end of April, there has been 9 suicides in Laredo, Texas. 5 of those, I got that information today. 5 of those are high school age kids to 19 years. And so,
We just have to be careful to keep the discussion on the item that's on the
Right.
agenda, so.
right, I was
suicides
getting
and
there.
that-
This is just a context
Yes,
as to why I'm going to ask the question I'm going to ask. So my question is, and so I was just trying to provide some context, right? My question is, do we provide any of our, I mean, I would hope that it would be for all professors, but in this case, we're talking about dual enrollment. And so my question is, do we provide different types of trainings to our professors, our instructors, you know, whether they're adjunct or what, I mean, anybody that teaches the dual kids, and I'm going to dual because we're focusing on that. You know, on mental health awareness and what to look for and what to do. I'm just curious because I don't know that information.
David Arazola, Vice President for Student Success and Compliance, for the record.
I can't hear you, so I'm sorry.
David Arazola, Vice President for Student Success, for the record. Short answer, yes, we do provide some of the training. Now, if the employee or if the instructor is an employee of the district, actually the training goes through the districts, but employees that are, and not just faculty, but employees in general that are employed by Laredo College are all provided mental health training. I believe every other year, we provide a mental health first aid training for all employees to allow them to give them access to be able to identify some of the things that might alert us to trouble that students might be having.
And that's where I'm getting at. Thank you for that. So I'm relieved to know that they do, right, receive some type of training. And so do we have any, like, what are the expectations or procedures, right? So that if the
Point of
professor-
order.
I'm sorry?
Point of order, Ms. Newsom, this is not on the item. This is strictly on the agreement between the Laredo College and the school districts. I would just like clarification from our attorney, if we could proceed with what seems to be HR questions.
Excuse me, Rusty, you're for the record. This item reads, and we do have to stick to this subject matter, renewal of dual post-secondary credit partnership agreement between Laredo College and school districts. So that is drifting away from that subject matter.
Okay. Mr. Chair, if you'd like, we can later add an agenda item that deals with mental health training for our employees, and then ask the school districts to bring forward what they do for their employees. I'm sure it's part of their policies and procedures as well, but that we can add an agenda item to another meeting later to discuss that so that Ms. Newsom can have her answers.
If I may add, just to address, we do have professional development for all our dual adjuncts and dual facilitators at the beginning of the semester and in the spring semester. So at the fall and spring semester, for the syllabi in regards to what services and who to report certain things. But I will remind that under Senate Bill 12, There is a waiver now with certain things that when it comes to, I mean, I could be wrong, school districts, but we talked about it all year long. There has to be a waiver that the parents sign in order to receive nursing or counseling services. So those are, again, very detailed when it actually happens, what we need to do in regards. But
Let's
everything's
just-
on the
Let's
syllabi.
just put an item, Dr. Tijerina, because I think we're diverting too much. If you'd like, Ms. Newsom, just submit an item for mental health and we'll go ahead and have a presentation for you on that one. Is that it?
Yeah, for now.
Okay. Moving on, 7B, United Independent School District Dual Credit End of the Year Presentation. Mr. Julio Reyes, go ahead, sir.
Good evening, board members. Julio Reyes for the record, Director, Recruitment and Dual Enrollment. And today we have with us our UISD partners where they're going to be able to share with you all some of the successes throughout the year. So I'm going to pass over the mic over to our UISD partners.
Good evening once again. I am Andrea Garza. I'm Dean of the Early College at United High School, joined with Ms. Emma Rodriguez from Alexander, Dean of the Early College. We're also representing on behalf of our other counterparts, Mr. Burrier from United South High School and Mr. Sandoval from LBJ. They are right now celebrating our teachers because we have a large TIA celebration with the district. But nonetheless, we'll share lots of information with you all, and I'm very grateful that you are all here nice and attentive because what we're sharing, we are very passionate about. So just quick overview, jumping into our early college program. I think it's so important to mention, I know it's been brought up a few times, the scope of your dual enrollment program span across many school districts. We are representing one, and we are representing one program, meaning that early college is one of its own within United ISD. With that program, I want to introduce Ms. Annette Rodriguez. She is our CT coordinator. Of course, in that department, we have our director, Claudia Gonzalez, and then our CCMRE, Dr. Angelica Sanchez. But nonetheless, United ISD very proud to represent our early college programs. I am assuming, based on the fact that we're all in here, Laredo College, understanding what early college is, I do think it's important to stress it is a very unique and different program compared to other dual enrollments, being that its fundamental mission is to provide equity and accessibility to students, particularly students in underserved communities or students who may be at risk for receiving an opportunity such as this dual enrollment opportunity. With that said, I know in the board we have a few of the basic features. At United ISD, we have 5 early colleges housed in our 4 high schools. In order to apply, on one of our special aspects is we do not have a prerequisite, being that it is aimed for equity and accessibility. There is no particular score or GPA. Our students all apply on a third-party portal. We then run a blind lottery. And then, of course, students who are a beautiful, perfect sample of our school communities are selected because it is at random. I do want to comment that this year, the class of 2030, which are 8th graders right now, they are coming in. Our district has upped the enrollment in the sense of our size of cohort. We went from 110 to 150, which is fabulous. Yes, that said, in that 150, we still have 75 seats that are reserved specifically for the blind lottery. And then 75 seats of those who did apply and did not make lottery, those are reserved for those with top GPAs, just to create some incentive also of students coming from our 7th and 8th grades that have worked very hard and want to have access to an opportunity such as this. I think the final piece I've mentioned a few times, and this is sort of the trademark of what early college stands for, being that we have students that we service that are of the highest performing and students who may have never been exposed. This is a true example of what equity in schools look like, which is very important. Proud public school, we want to know that we're providing services that really accelerate and build students. That is what early college does. With that said, just some benefits. I know we've mentioned the finances is number one. We actually recently shared this presentation at an advisory with the district, and we had students sharing these pieces. And naturally, when it comes to our parents and our students at home, this is probably one of the biggest takeaways is removing that financial barrier. I know myself as an administrator, one of my big takeaways is the academic achievement, right? The acceleration, the exposure that our students get, that level of rigor, which sets them up for what they do after high school. And then one big question, obviously, when we think of traditional, early college, or I should say dual enrollment opportunities of the past, where you had to travel to the college, students still remain on their home campuses, meaning that we still reserve and students experience traditional high school life. Our students are involved on sport teams, fine arts, they're in band, they're dancing, they're in academic teams, they're highly involved on their school campuses, meaning that we're not only providing this advanced enrichment, but we are also obviously really grounding them in that formative experience that they receive at the high school level. Ultimately, this leading to what I've heard mentioned a few times, which is that really true personal growth. When we talk about how our schools operate, we're wanting them to, transfer this knowledge and this experience into not only their world, their lives, but our communities. This is how we sustain our communities, how we build our community. So I think the personal growth that our students get from early college is immense and very important. With that, I have mentioned it already, but none of this happens without collaboration with Laredo College. Whether it is through support, whether it is through guidance, whether it's just coming together to really determine what the red lines are and where the gray area, we navigate together. Because as I mentioned, I know in our experience, we're representing United ISD. I always say we're two big beings, Laredo College, United ISD, that have very particular missions, and we have to beautifully collaborate in order to provide these opportunities. So we're grateful for that. There's some pictures in here. That's actually part of my team with part of Julio's team here at Laredo College, and of course our students. Just as I said, they do and they are immersed. They're housed at their high schools, of course, mine being United, but then we do have our trips. We bring them over. We want them to recognize that they're also Palominos. Now, I'm going to pass over the mic in a moment, but you do have a visual here. We have our 5 programs. They are in order left to right in the sense that our oldest is housed at LBJ, that is the LBJ Early College High School. Then we opened Blesia, which is our very particular science or innovative medical science early college. You have then United South High School in 2021. Both of those high school campuses now having graduates, which is beautiful. I know you mentioned graduation ceremonies. Then you have the youngest early colleges, which is what we represent. United High School and Alexander established their early colleges in 2023. But I'm going to hand the mic over to Ms. Rodriguez as she explains.
Good evening, everyone. I am the dean for Alexander High School, and I do want to mention at this point, we have registered 750 eighth graders with the support of Laredo College. So they have been ready in completing their Applied Texas and our admissions process. So it was in a span of a week or 2 maybe. So tremendous job, and thank you so much for the support. Okay, so for Alexander High School, you will see here our demographics. We have 37% at risk at the 9th grade level, 28 at the 10th grade, 18%. At the 11th grade, economically disadvantaged, it's 43%, 50, 33 for Alexander High School. For academic progress, you will notice that our TSI, college readiness at the 9th grade, is low. It starts like at 2% for math and 63% for ELAR. As we progress, our numbers continue. Even though TSI is not a requirement for our students to come into the early college program, we continue stressing the importance of college ready, and we provide interventions to ensure that our students are college ready. If you see towards the end, they're all of them on track to earning an associate's degree. Okay. It's easy to get them into the early college program, right? Because it's a matter of them. It's a lottery based. We select them based on GPA. Now for this year, they complete the application, so it's easy to get them in. Once they're in, what is it that we need to do? Okay, we provide the Summer Bridge program, which we will elaborate right now. And the Summer Bridge program focuses for our students in 8th grade to bridge the gap, bringing them from 8th grade to college students. We do different activities for them to understand what college means, get them prepared with study skills, resiliency, coping skills. We touch on different topics. In the morning, we stress on TSI, so it's college prep, and it's a 2-week program in the summer. We do provide ELAR and math TSI camps for our upper grade students that have not met TSI readiness, we bring them in as well in the summer. We provide accommodations for our students that are in special programs such as a 504 program or special education. We do the progress monitoring, which is very important because we don't have access to Canva. So all our teachers, it's very important that they update grades so that we can monitor our students. Our counselors, together with our parents, we have parent conferences to target the students that are at risk of failing, to ensure that they understand the impacts of them either withdrawing a class or failing a class, what happens if they're placed in academic probation, if they may be at risk of maybe it impacting their financial aid status. We identify different resources that can help them ensure success in the classroom. Are they aware of the different tutoring services that we have on campus or through Laredo College? We do offer 24-hour tutorials program where students can upload their assignments for their college courses and they can get support in the evenings 24/7. So we ensure that even though we bring them to Laredo College and we present that information, sometimes they don't make the connection, so we need to meet with them individually, grab them by the hand and teach them where those resources are, either at the campus through tutoring or at the college level. We in the conferences, we also remind them of the commitment that they made when they were in 8th grade, where it is a 4-year commitment. They have to invest more time in studying. They have to make sure that they're communicating with their instructors. We teach them that if they have something that is due, they have deadlines, they have to communicate with the instructors if they're not going to meet the deadline. As Ms. Garza mentioned, we have students that are involved in extracurricular activities and they're going to be out. If it's going to impact their deadline, it's important that they have that communication with their instructors to support them and make sure that they're successful. We do have Laredo College campus visits for our 9th graders. Our 10th grade population, we took them to TAMIU for a leadership conference. And then our juniors, we did tours at UTSA and Texas A&M as they're going to be seniors next year. At Alexander, it'll be our first year that we'll have seniors next year. So we want to make sure that we start exposing them and increasing that college awareness. Okay. And these are some of our pictures from our Summer Bridge program. We did invite community leaders, community members to come into our campus to do different activities with our students. Again, we touched on resiliency, coping skills, study skills, time management, resume building. So the list goes on, and that's through the Summer Bridge program. And then this is our just pictures from our field trips. I'm going to pass it back to Ms.
All right, just to share some from United. We're going to go kind of fast just because I know we want to also give some time to share a bit about South and LBJ as well. But just jumping into United's early college basic numbers, you'll see United's fairly comparable for the most part to Alexander. It's important to mention that both of our early colleges are early college academies, meaning that we don't hit the eco-distant at risk quite as much as you do when you're at LBJ's early college or United South's early college. But nonetheless, you can see a breakdown of who we're serving when it comes to our at-risk population and our eco-dis. Same thing when it moves to our students and their TSI readiness and those on track. Just a comment at United, I look at that number down there, my 11th graders, 91. I have 9 students that struggled in a class, one class, each of them various ones, and we're working with them, for example, intervention-wise, to try to recuperate and build back up because we want to see 100 when it comes to next spring. But nonetheless, I'm very proud of our students' progress as they move forward. Mentioning some things and highlights about United Early College. I know Ms. Rodriguez did a fabulous job talking about a lot of what we provide intervention-wise. One little thing I want to mention, particularly United, this was sort of my baby, is I took our summer bridge and rewrote an entirely new curriculum this last summer, and it worked amazing. What had happened is when I had come in speaking with counselors and teachers, including adjuncts, parents, we found where those gaps were, and a lot of them, as was asked earlier, had to do with social emotional skills, college readiness, how to address an instructor, time management. So what we did was we created an 8-day program, which is the length of our summer bridge. Every single one of the days had a very large theme. The students came in, they were in interactive groups from day one, permanently that way. They were creating an interactive binder. So they all had a leadership portfolio they were building, and all of their work had to do with person-to-person discussions, talking about how to, what would you do, and reflections, all of this mixed with some form and element of instruction as well. And you can see the topics that we, I see a typo up there, but we can see some topics that we covered, including digital citizenship, just navigating, the use of either AI or just receiving information from the World Wide Web in general, healthy relationships, etc. What was really beautiful about this program, two big components. Each of our 8 themed days, as we stretched across, had guest speakers. We brought in people, whether it was from our counseling department, from different social and or counseling organizations throughout Laredo's community. We brought in a lot of community members that led a lot of the discussions and the activities. 1. 2, we developed a mentor program. So what we did was we had an application and brought in a group of students. I don't think at the time they had any idea what they were getting into, but they served as student mentors. So what happened is that our incoming ninth, so these are like little 8th graders, incoming 9th graders were in these interactive groups of 10 led by students. So we naturally had guest speakers and community members, myself, counselors that were leading these activities, but their group work was all being led by current early college students. Amazing for a couple reasons. 1, this really grounded our new students with relationships within the program, creating those identities as new students in a family. 2, it really stretched the leadership development of our upperclassmen who had never been in situations where they were expected to lead like that, whether that was conversation starters, navigating maybe a tough conversation that we were having, and just supplementing and supporting the group's discussion. It was really, really beautiful to see in the end. At the end of the 8-week program, not only did each student finish with this interactive, sort of self-reflective leadership portfolio, we focused a lot on public speaking. I care a lot about using voice and knowing how to use your voice. Every single one of my 110 students had to stand at the podium and state their mission at the end of that 8-week or that 8-day session. It was beautiful, all of the voices. Whether short or small or grand, they were gorgeous, every single one of their statements. So that was one thing I wanted to share from United. I think I have some pictures up here so you can see lots of interaction. We did not only like prompts, group discussions, what would you do in these situations? We did speaking activities. We even did crafts. They created vision boards. We really talked a lot about developing their own self-identities and how powerful and important that is. You can see the motto at the bottom, at that last slide if it goes back. Oh, it doesn't go back. It said one of the things we repeated throughout, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, working together is a success, kind of became the motto throughout the program. You can see in some of these that you have our guest speakers that are leading them through discussions. It was highly interactive. And then, of course, these are pictures of our mentors. It was, if you've ever attended a summer camp, very similar to that. There were some really tight bonds that were created. And these incoming freshmen already have connections to upperclassmen that they feel very comfortable asking questions and guidance from, which is lovely. This is some of the feedback that our young ones gave back just at some... They didn't expect it to be so interactive. You can take the time to read some of it, but a lot of it had to do with just being forced out of their comfort zone, having to speak in front of others, how to manage conflict in those developing relationships with the students around them. Mind you, when these 8th graders come in, they're feeding from various middle schools. So not only do they not know the school, but they don't really know each other. And so it's really interesting and unique to get them to mix and start to realize there's so many similarities, yet differences, but that's what makes it beautiful. It makes the experience very rich. We also have some field trips, some leadership lunches. We'll talk, I know South has beautiful pictures of some of their field trips, so we'll save a lot of that for later on, but I think all of our programs really try to push the students out in the sense of trying to broaden horizons and opportunities. One last thing at United High School, this was very much student-led. It was an idea I had, but I let the students run with it, but the students established our Early College Academy Council, similar to a student council, but we have a student body that represents the early college. And I won't click on it here, but the students at that point shared a bit about like what their mission was and what they've been doing as a student organization within the early college, promoting everything from community outreach to just promoting good positive voice on campus and so forth. But I'm going to hop into United South High School, so I'm going to speak for Mr. Burrier. He couldn't be here today. One big thing from United South High School, not reading into all of these numbers, because I know you all could read these and analyze these later on. As I mentioned earlier, United South High School, much like LBJ, are early college high schools, different than our academies, being that these are schools that are truly serving populations that are high at risk. They are high economically disadvantaged. Yet when you look at their numbers, they're doing fabulous. This goes back to a conversation we started having about intervention and teacher support. This idea that we are exposing them to academic rigor, academic excellence, but we're also doing it in a place that is safe. We have high school teachers that are guiding them. We are, one of the biggest things I know that we speak on, Mr. Burr and I talk about this all the time, is even the teacher development that's necessary. Because when we identify that a student, Emma in my classroom, doesn't know how to read and write at this level, that doesn't mean she gets excluded. It means that we're going to have to do something to fill that hole. And so our teachers do a really good job, and you can see United South's numbers right here, finding ways to teach, grow, and build students to become college students on that journey. That said, they have their first graduating class last year. Now this year they have their second graduating class, which adds beautiful numbers, something I think we are very excited about getting into that pool next year. But one thing I want to highlight that I think when we listen to Mr. Burrier speak about it, he does have a student club as well. And I'm going to hop over this. I want to get to, and I can come back in a moment, but he has something beautiful right here. When his students receive their LC medals, he holds a gorgeous ceremony. The parents come in, and those parents are a part of the medaling ceremony. It's highly emotional. It is beautiful. We all know that that journey, especially for an 8th grader, imagine that is a 14-year-old coming into this college setting, graduating at 17, 18 years old. You know that their parents played some kind of role, gave some kind of sacrifice, right? They learned a whole lot along that journey, just like that child did. So it's beautiful how he's incorporated and brought the parents into this ceremony. Something else he did this year, I'm going to go backwards. He also had their first early college banquet at a hall. And of course, we would need Mr. Bird to explain this more in depth, but they fundraised like crazy. It was beautiful, dresses, celebration. It was a wonderful way for this class to sort of culminate and wrap up everything that they had worked so hard for. The other thing I think is really important to mention, we mentioned field trips as well. I definitely think that Mr. Burrier, they have a really good system that we're trying to model as we bring ours, is really exploring those universities. You can see a sampling of everywhere he went this year with those students, whether UT, A&M, UTSA, they were all over the place. And I think that that's important because we're building the base, planting the seed, as Ms. Ramos had mentioned earlier, but then ultimately really trying to show them all the places they could potentially go and be a part of as they move into their futures. What else from United South? And then ultimately, of course, they, all of them at United South High School are very proud of that graduating class. I know they're very anticipative for this upcoming graduation ceremony this year. So we're excited to see them all walk that stage. Thank you, guys.
And we do learn from each other. So when we're presenting, we're like, okay, we're going to copy that, her mentorship program. So definitely. For Lyndon B. Johnson High School, Ms. Sandoval is very proud for the accomplishment. This year, they'll reach a little over 1,000 students that will be earning their associate's degree. It was the first early college program at Lyndon B. Johnson High School. They do have 2 early college programs where they earn their Associates of Arts and then the Associates of Science. So as you can see, the at-risk population and equal dis is higher at Lyndon B. Johnson High School. Nonetheless, the students earning an associate's, it's still high. And one thing that I do want to mention is that we do have students that fail the course. That does not mean that they will be out of the college program. That means that we have to get them back on track. We either have summers. Last year, we had 3 students that were taking summer courses so that they could get back into the associate's degree pathway. And these are all the different numbers. So right now, up to 2026, they had 704 students earning an associate's. With a class for this year, they will be reaching close to 1,000, over 1,000. So they also have the summer bridge program, the different activities, different experiences. Also, one of the key things that we want to highlight for this BLICIA program is the earning of industry-based certifications, where our students are earning certifications that they graduate with their associates, they graduate with their high school degree, and they graduate with a certification where they can start working and partake in the workforce, either as EKG technicians, CMAs, phlebotomy technicians, You can read. And they do have partnerships with different organizations or community members in the community so that our students can have the experience, develop the experience in the certification that they're getting and different sites throughout the community. See, any questions for anyone, from anyone?
No, thank you so
So
much.
we are very proud. We are very proud, and we thank you for the partnership that we have with Laredo College.
Mr. Reyes, anything you want to add before we start asking questions?
We just want to thank UISD for being here today and for being able to share with us a couple of their experiences with the early college program. As y'all have heard, dual credit is a very big umbrella, and this is one part of the UISD partnership. And we really thank for them to being able to let us go into their schools and be there with them. I know Ms. Rodriguez mentioned about going out there and doing applied Texas at the middle school campuses. So we're already getting students ready to go for the fall semester. So we really want to thank them. We want to thank their leadership. We want to thank their counselors, their students, everyone for allowing us to be there and partnering with them.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Chair recognizes Ms. Vela.
All I can say is wow. I mean, that's incredible. If we'd had that when we were young, really, just the thought of the money that's saved by their parents. And, these kids are, obviously they're hungry to learn. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
I want to say something for the record. I do want to acknowledge Ms. Sandoval, Yesenia Sandoval. I know she's going to be retiring. So I really want to send her a big congratulatory remark on behalf of the board, because she was the one that began the early college at LBJ. And also to Ms. Rosa Ramos, she is also retiring. She's the counselor for United South High School. Go Panthers. I mentioned that. But I know everyone in the places that they've been placed in are there for a reason. They make the magic happen. But Ms. Ramos, I know she helped us out a lot when the program began at United South High School, and she's been diligently, there. Ms. Sandoval as well. So for the record, I just wanted to acknowledge them and thank them for their service to our community and to the college and to UISD. Thank you.
Thank you.
I want to add to that, Ms. Sandoval is proud to share with us. She hit that 1,000 mark. Better they give it the basketball. She has been a trailblazer.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Any other question, comments? No? Thank you so much for your presentation. We really do appreciate it, and thank you for everything that you do. Moving on, item 7C, status update of the Faculty Council adoption of a constitutional bylaw. Ms. Listen Newsom. Okay. Okay, then let me put item 7C and 7D in the same area so we could talk on both. Update on the Faculty Council in accordance with Senate Bill 37. Dr. Minita Ramirez, Dr. Marisela Tijerina, Ad Hoc Faculty Council Committee. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So Dr. Tijerina and 6 of our faculty members, 2 of which are here, Dr. Gilberto Martinez and Mr. Maximiliano Zapata are both here, and they served on our ad hoc committee. The other members of our ad hoc committee, Mr. Miguel Contreras Martinez, Mr. Bryant De Jesus, Dr. Horacio Salinas was an advisor, and Ms. Mary Province. They're giving finals, and so they could not be with us tonight, but both Gil and Max are here to co-present with Dr. Tijerina.
Go ahead, Dr. Tijerina.
Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. So I'm very proud. Due to the circumstances, again, I want to reiterate, as I did in the committee meeting, that all these changes to Faculty Council had to be made because of Senate Bill 37. And so we had to abolish our old Faculty Senate and reestablish our Faculty Council using the mandated elements that came from this law. I'm very proud to say that due to the faculty that are here with us, and again, the ad hoc does this voluntarily. They take time out of their busy schedules to establish the 9 delegations that we have created, as well as the bylaws that have been reviewed and were shared at the committee meeting. And I'll have, not to put the faculty on the spot, but if Mr. Zapata wants to share some.
Good evening, board, Laredo College administration, and community at large. My name is Maximiliano Zapata, for the record. And so I just wanted to share my experience and give a little bit of my testimony dealing with the, I suppose the old faculty senate, and now we're transferring over to the new faculty council, given, within the boundaries of Senate Bill 37. So I'm a government instructor, and I was hired about a year and a half ago. And when I came in, there was this beautiful email saying that we can nominate ourselves to be part of the faculty senate. And I was like, oh my goodness, there's no better way for me to get involved than this right here. This is my golden ticket. Given my experience as a former elected official, I was like, okay, I can provide my expertise, I can share my knowledge, my passion for education. I can do this. So I decided to send an email, throw my name into the election process. I got elected, so I was really happy about that. About a month later, we received another institutional email saying that the faculty senate was dissolved. So that was completely heartbreaking. But out of that negative, a positive came. And the positive was that I was able to become part of the ad hoc committee for the new faculty council, and which is actually composed of 6 faculty members, as aforementioned. We have Dr. Horacio Salinas, Dr. Gil Martinez, Brian De Jesus, Miguel Contreras Martinez, and Mary Province, and of course myself, under the guidance of our president, Dr. Minita Ramirez, and obviously our provost, Dr. Marisela Tejerina. I think we've been able to create something that is allowing the faculty to have some sort of voice, obviously within the boundaries and limits of Senate Bill 37. And despite other higher end institutions deciding to prevent or completely halt the faculty senate within their institutions, the pure fact that Laredo College is pushing the council forward, I think speaks volumes to the commitment to service and transparency that we have here. So I just wanted to say thank you to our administration, to our president, to our provost, for allowing us to create something that is the bylaws and the faculty council that are law-abiding, equitable, and fair for the faculty senate, so that we can do our job, which is to represent our student body. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Zapata. Any comments or questions?
Well, I have.
Okay. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
I just want to say thank you, Dr. Gills here, and Max, which was my student back in the day. Anyway, that you all have given of your time, and I know you all have already given of your time for the faculty senate and now for this, and are helping us, because this is new for everybody, and this is something that was dictated to us as well as to you. So I appreciate your hard work, and the transparency shows. It is clear that we are doing what we have to do, and that you all are representing, and you all are taking care of the rest of the faculty as you should. And Dr. Ramirez is as well. I appreciate that very much. And also Dr. Marisela. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Any other comments or questions? No? Thank you. Motion. No, it's not. It's just an informational. Sorry. 7E, cooperative agreement between City of Laredo Fire Department and Laredo College. Doctors Ramirez, Tijerina, and Guerrero.
Marisela Rodriguez Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. Dr. Marisa Guerrero was here. There you are.
She's back.
So this was a true collaboration, thanks to Dr. Ramirez in working with the City of Laredo Fire Department. One of the requests that they made was that they wanted us to provide, out of our leadership program, a leadership specific program. A leadership program for the mid-managers of the fire department. And so we're offering the same courses. They're going to be our students enrolled into a fire department organizational leadership certificate. And we're very excited about it because it's the same curriculum. However, of course, the examples and the case scenarios are going to be towards specifically for the fire emergency, fire department. But I definitely wanted to bring to the board this information because it's very helpful of how we're meeting the needs of our community. And so certainly just wanted to bring it to you all's attention and thank Dr. Ramirez and of course Dr. Marisa Guerrero and her faculty because they've worked very hard to design the specific curriculum for the fire department. And
No, you're fine. And yes, Dr. Ramirez did, is always selling, as Dr. Maisel and everyone, always really selling and promoting our leadership program. And so it is exciting that we have our leadership program extending not only to our undergraduate students and their 4-year degree, but also in the certificate that is extending to our fire department. And they're already registered. They're just about into the courses, and we have a full cohort, and they want to go into the bachelor's degree. And so we're very excited about that. And some of them even want to study abroad with us next year. As you know, we're traveling next week to Spain, so that was a big selling point. But no, they're a great group. We're very excited. And we are also incorporating our experiential learning as we do in our bachelor's and certificates. And they'll actually be doing some experiential learning that they can take into their firehouses and actually apply it in the field. So they'll be doing some strategic planning and budgeting items, and that's their deliverable. So we're excited, and we just appreciate the opportunity, and hopefully it's just more growth for our different programs here at Laredo College.
Thank you so much. Any questions, comments from the board? No? Thank you so much for Ms. Erica Garcia Benavides.
I just wanted to ask about the fire department. So to get into the fire, I guess you have to get into the fire department and then they bring them to Laredo College? Is that how it works, or how does that work?
this program is specifically for managers, mid-managers
Okay.
in the fire
Already.
department that are already
Okay.
employed.
Okay, thank
So,
you.
I failed to mention, I want to thank for the record, Chief Guillermo Hurd for also contributing to these discussions and pushing this initiative.
On that note, touching on what Ms. Garcia mentioned, does this fall into the pathways? Like, because you're saying this is for mid-managers, so if you have somebody that has 10, 15, 20 years, do they fall into this pathway to be able to help them?
It could.
Very interesting.
We just need to articulate it.
Yeah, that's really, really interesting, because I know a lot of them have been there for years and they're probably mid-managers and they probably would want to move up. But yeah,
Part of their onboarding process is we're having all of them get their transcripts audited. So
Oh.
they've got courses from way back in the day.
Yeah.
And they're like, well, haven't been in school for 20, 30 years. That's okay. So everyone's getting an audit. So we kind of sell them like, hey, you're only X amount away
Of
from a
hours.
bachelor's degree. And
Oh, wow.
so, yeah,
That's-
that'll
that's-
be their pathway.
that's very, very good, Dr. Guerrero. Thank you so much. Any other question, comments? No? Thank you. Thank you, ladies. Item 7F, Laredo College Open Educational Resources Virtual Summit conducted by Division of Academic Innovation and Technology, Dr. Rodriguez. Go ahead, ma'am.
I think I'm the only one that doesn't have to bend down too much for the mic. And I'm wearing like 5-inch heels. So good evening, everybody. My name is Elizabeth Rodriguez. I'm the Dean of Academic Innovation and Technology. Welcome to the board, to my colleagues, to Madam President, to our provost, and to all of my colleagues here. So this initially was going to be an invitation to our OER summit that we had last week. But now it's going to be a small summary or a brief summary of our OER summit. So this was part of a grant that we received from the Southern Regional Education Board, and this was one of the deliverables of the grant is to host an OER summit. So for those of you who are listening, OER is Open Educational Resources, and the college a few semesters ago committed to become an Open Educational Resources institution. And so kudos to the board because of the work that we're allowed to do with the support of the board and our president and the declaration of support that we did a few semesters ago in front of the board, we've been able to become a leader in open educational resources. And so we hosted our very first ever summit. We had close to 160 people from across the country, Canada and Puerto Rico, register for our summit. We had close to 90 participants. We had the president of Lone Star College Online, Dr. Carlos Morales. We had folks from UTRGV. We had folks from the coordinating board, our speaker who did our closing comments was our Assistant Commissioner for Student Success and Institutional Partnerships from the coordinating board, who kind of wrapped everything together because they do a lot of work in OER, and they have supported the college throughout our entire journey. And so it was a great success. I do want to thank the folks who participated. Dr. Tijerina, who did our welcome. Prakash Mansinghani was our keynote speaker. He spoke about, he was a naysayer of open educational resources when he started, and just to talk about his journey and give other institutions hope, when there's faculty resistance or there's administration resistance, putting our story out there and showing how it can be done when everybody comes together and truly does it for the students, right? Because that's what we do. We had folks from the heads. We're partners with heads, the Hispanic Educational Technology Services. We had folks from the Community College Consortium, Open Educational Resources Consortium. I mean, we had people from all over. I was overwhelmed and I was so happy. But going back to my speakers, then we had, faculty. We had Linda Ramirez talk about our OER Faculty Fellows program that we have here, and that has been also supported by the board and administration. We had Michelle Perez and also Prakash Mansinghani talk about what we do through our Center of Teaching Excellence and Learning to support faculty in the transition of OER, and how we continue to support faculty. And then we had one of our English faculty, Joe Molina, he was just so creative in how he redesigned his course to use OER, and his presentation was just dynamic, and everybody was so excited to see what he was doing. So all in all, it was a great success. It was our first year. We hope to have this every year, and we've gotten so much positive remarks. I've received emails, from folks here at the college, but also from folks from, that attended the summit. And so if you want to see the recording, sit down for a couple of hours and listen to us talk about OER, let me know, and I'll happily share the recording. But I want to thank the board, and I want to thank, the president and the provost, because we could not do what we do if it wasn't for the support that we get. So thank you so much for everything.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez. Chair recognizes Ms. Ramirez. Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, Dr. Rodriguez, because I think your leadership has really helped to guide this process. 2.5 years ago, when this decision was made, everybody was like,
Someone wanted to hang me from the closest tree.
Yes. Nobody knew how we were going to do this. And I will tell you that I was at a international conference recently, and when I mentioned that about close to 90% of our courses are all on OERs, everybody wanted to know how we had done that.
Yes.
And so they came to you. I know they did. And so Alamo Colleges, I know that the Chancellor of Alamo Colleges has repeatedly asked me how we did it. We've had numerous conversations about that. They have a team that's coming to visit that you all are helping and working, the same with Lone Star College. So congratulations to you, to all of the faculty who really embraced this project, because it wasn't an easy one.
Right.
I know that Dr. Tijerina kept telling everybody, look, we're going to get the robots. We're going to do this. We have to do this. And it really was a team effort. So congratulations to all of you, because it really has made a difference in the lives of our students.
Yes.
And not having to purchase, $300 and $400 books anymore because of OERs.
Yes.
And it saves time, money, effort, and on the first day of class, students have a book.
Yes, and that was one of the things we talked about, right? Because we transitioned from all-inclusive to OER. And so when I got all-inclusive, sent over to my division to kind of oversee it, it was my opportunity to start seeing what the issues were and how we can transition to OER. And so I would be remiss without truly thanking the faculty, right? Because we transitioned so quickly. And the faculty, yes, there was some resistance, but for the most part, everybody jumped on board. And then now we're going back and revisiting some of the work that they've done, and through our fellowship, through the support of the stipends that we're able to pay on that fellowship, we're revising, we're remixing, we're making things better than they were before. And so again, without the support, we couldn't do the work that we do. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other question, comments? Ms. Garcia, Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
Again, I did want to say thank you. Again, this is faculty, and I'm glad you're up here, letting us know and letting us know that you have very good and strong relationships with each other and with this administration. So we appreciate that, because we don't really know what happens,
Right.
We make policy and we make those decisions for the school, for this college. But I do like hearing from you all. So I appreciate it, and I congratulate you, and I congratulate our school, Dr. Ramirez, Dr. Tijerina, and all of you guys, because it takes everybody to make those kinds of, once we make the decision, to make it work.
Right.
And that's hard work from everybody. So congratulations.
Thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you so
very
much again for the support.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rodriguez. 7G, report on the Aspen, Texas President and Trustee Collaboration Meeting. Dr. David Ariasola.
Good evening, board members. David Arzola, Vice President of Student Success and Compliance, for the record. During our last board meeting, I gave you an update of a task force that we had formed, and it was what we had been doing up until that point. And today is just a further discussion of that. So just a couple of reminders that our task force, I'm sorry, it says council, but our task force, cross-functional leadership team. So we have folks from financial aid, registrars, academics, advising, all of the important parts of the enrollment process are there. And the reason that we formed this task force is we want to make sure that when students that get recruited, as many as we can, they come in for advising, or they come in for admissions and then advising, and they go through all our entire process all the way down to registration. And in order for us to do that, we had to find out where the leaks in our process were. So we know we're losing students. I know when Julio goes out and recruits, he recruits 50,000 students, right?
Yeah.
50,000 students. But we know not all of those come in and apply for admissions. And then not all of those that do apply for admission actually go to see an advisor. And then not all of the ones that go see an advisor apply for financial aid, and so on and so forth. So we've taken the first couple of, really the length of the semester here to really learn from ourselves. And what I mean by that is this group that's in the task force, they all have their process, right? They all work on what they need to work on. They all have, their role in the funnel. However, sometimes, we get so busy with what we're trying to do that we don't take time to share with others what we're doing. And as close as they're almost all in the same building, and as close as they work, sometimes it's good to just take a little bit of time to talk to each other and say, hey, what are you doing here? I'm doing this. I thought you were doing it this way. No, we were doing it that way, and so on and so forth. Just almost informal, but and casual, but a great learning experience. So really taking the time to learn from each other. So when I presented last time, we were kind of in the middle of the presentations of what everyone was doing. We had done, I think we had done up until advising the last time I presented. And so I'll pick it up from there. So after that, we had the registrar present to the group. And again, what he does, among a lot of things that he does, but as far as the funnel is concerned, the registrar's office is focused on registration, right? So they're the first sort of finish line for the students that are recruited, right? So if we can get them to register, we know we're good. That's a key roadblock, right? So with each one of these presentations, we allow the presenter to go through their processes, what they do, and then we ask some of the harder questions, like, okay, so what have you done recently to make your processes better? What are you planning to do? What are some of the mistakes you've made? What are some of your victories? Things like that. So it's really a reflective, almost like an open reflection, right? You're not just, it's not something that you're sitting back in your office and thinking about. You're actually opening up to, and then everybody learns from that. And then after the registrars, we have the Director of Retention Services, Ms. Oriola Rodriguez, and she talked about some of the things that she's working on, and she has multiple roles aside from Director of Retention Services. She's also the parenting liaison and the foster parent liaison. But again, for the purposes of what we're doing with the task force, her retention services are key. What do we learn from Ms. Rodriguez is that while she's doing a lot of work, sometimes with some of our services, not just retention, it is always better to, or one of the things that we want to figure out a way to reach out to the student to offer our services before they come to us, right? We can't always wait for them to ask for help. We want to go out there, be in their face. They say, we need help, we're here. This is the help we can offer. And really do a more coordinated outreach effort and really track that data. That's one thing that's common to everyone here, everyone in the task force, that we know that we want to do stuff, right? So we want to improve, but we also want to collect data to show that we're doing that improvement, right? Because we can stand up here and pound the soapbox, but without the data to back it up, we know that we can do better, right? So what are some of the things that we're doing? We're already kind of addressing some of the bottlenecks. We see some of the things that, as we're working together, and because we're meeting weekly, issues come up, right? So we hear from a student, I couldn't register, or I wasn't able to see an advisor, or my financial aid didn't go through, you name it. Some of those issues we bring to the table. So where, last semester, if something like that happens, that exchange would happen via email or via messaging, right? So I would send an email to one person, and then that person would, how about you? And then, so while there was some communication going on, it was a little bit disconnected. Well, now we have everybody in the same room, right? And some of the things that we hear, we talk about them in these meetings, and we sort of think tank them out together, right? And it really helps learn from each other. It really helps, find, even if you want to say micro improvements for our processes, so that won't happen again, right? So we're continuing to learn on that. Over the, in the last half of the semester, we have graduation. We had a trip to Denver for the Illusion Live conference, but so some of the things that we know that we need help with, and we know, especially after what we saw at Illusion Live, is we know that there's some stuff out there that we can use, right? We already had an idea of what our issues were and what are some of the prospective solutions we're looking at. But when we go to these conferences, we have an idea that there's stuff out there that can help us already, right? So I think last time I mentioned we were looking at a CRM. We sat through a couple of demos of that CRM and had some conversations. So, again, what a CRM does, especially the one that we're looking at, and we'll bring that a little bit later to the board, but It gives you a central view of student progress. So you can look at each student individually and see how they're doing through the enrollment process, right? So you can automate communications with students, right? You can be customized for the student and really tell them about the next steps in the enrollment process. Again, real-time identification. As right now, we know we're losing the students. Right now, we know that there's leaks in our processes. What we don't know is which students are we losing. So if John Doe attended a recruitment event, did he register? Yeah, I mean, we're able to kind of dig through the data and find some of that, but something like CRM can make it a lot easier for us to do. So we're really looking forward to implementing this. I know we have some other things that we want to do as well, but then we also did a little bit of, again, as we went through Illusion, I know some of the members of this board were there too. What an impressive display of what technology can do for us at that conference. When you sit through those sessions and you sit through some of the bigger, what do they call the big sessions where everybody's in. The general sessions, thank you. The word escaped me for a little bit there. You get to see a couple things, right? You get to see what other institutions are doing. And there are times when you sit there and it's like, wow, they're really doing a lot more than we are. And there are times I say, we got these guys, and we're doing some things different that are working better for us. But overall, you really see how technology, while maybe even the technology is not there yet, but you really see how it's going to shape what we're going to do in the next couple of years. Right? We really see what the possibilities are, what some of the technology is that's out there that's, really mind-bending. Right? So in a lot of ways, we're taking the turn in the task force, so I can connect that back to the task force. So we're making a turn from learning from each other, and then when we do some of these the Illusion Live conferences, we have another conference coming up in a couple of weeks, and we also have a visit to Alamo College planned for June 16 and 17. Actually, I haven't told the task force this, but might want to mark those days on the calendar. I just learned that today. But we have a visit to Alamo colleges to learn from them. So we're taking the turn now from looking inward to looking outward and trying to learn from some of the things that Alamo Colleges does, as well as others. It is quite a bit of work to do in that area to get to where we want to be. I will tell you just from my experience in working with these folks here in the last several months is that we're all working to make things better, right? But we're all trying to get to the same goal, and we're gonna get there. But we're gonna need some help along the way, maybe some money, Mr. Vela, and some other things. But thank you. If you have any questions, I'll take over. Our task force here, Ms. Trevino, Mr. Reyes, and Ms. Herrera, the advisory director.
I'll add a little bit of stuff on this, being that I was sitting in this committee for the Aspen, and I know Ms. Garcia and Ms. Diendo were on it as well. I'd like to report that we pretty much finalized the last meeting a week ago or something like that. We had a long virtual meeting for like at least from 10 to I think 1 or 2, something like that in the afternoon. It was a long meeting, pretty much finalizing what each college was wanting to focus on. And some of the things that we took on was pretty much what Dr. Ariasola's presenting, which was we were focusing on student success, enrollment, trying to bring these kids in. Like you mentioned, sometimes they would fall in the cracks either by financial aid, advising, wherever it was, right? And like you say, it's bringing all these departments together and having them speak the same language is pretty much what we're trying to do, right? To capture those kids and not allow them to fall in the cracks, right? And I think that's the main goal. So one of the things, speaking to Dr. Ramirez, I don't want to say a promise, but a commitment, better said, a commitment that we decided to put on the table for Aspen was, being that we're over, it doesn't mean that it's over for LC. It means that we might be over with having to meet with Aspen, but the goal is to continue on, and you're going to be seeing that Dr. Ariasola, and with whoever Dr. Ramirez also wants to add to, will be reporting on this item for a year, so we could be able to get a report saying where we're at. We found out this problem, we're already fixing it, we're already over here. But one of the things that he mentioned, which he's trying to tell us, is there's technology out there that could facilitate this, right? And I think that is one of the key components that I know Mr. Vela is going to be like, better, right? Money. But if we can capture a good percentage of students that we were going to lose, it'll pay on its own. So that's something that we need to consider as a board. And like I mentioned when we sat in that panel, it's not about right now, give me the money, because technology is really expensive. It's about planning. It's about finding where you have certain issues, problems, and then, okay, you know what? We can be able to implement it with this, and it would help us. It's going to move it a lot faster. So those are the types of things that I really am excited for the college, that we are going to continue with this in the right track to see what we're going to be doing. So with that, I allow, Ms. Garcia and Ms. Liendo and Dr. Ramirez as well to just kind of give a little brief of pretty much what we did and where we're at and our expectations, if you like. So, Ms. Liendo?
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to say that we are very excited about the partnership that we've had with Aspen, and moving forward and trying to get some new ideas on how we could improve what we do here at the college. And I think early on, we identified one of the biggest problems was the advising and just the whole process, like Dr. Ariasola just mentioned. So I'm very happy that we're going to continue to hear updates on this. This is something that the Aspen organization wants to hear from us. They want to see, what did we learn by going through their program, and how are we implementing what we learned, and what are the outcomes? How did we improve our services? And I think we're already starting to see that. I'm very excited about the opening of the Arechiga building, which is also going to help us to meet these goals. And so I just want to congratulate everybody on a wonderful job, and I look forward to us having more students enrolled and meeting those goals of graduation. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Garcia Benavides?
Yes. I am going to reiterate what they said. This was a very strong and good collaboration with the Aspen Institute, which did help us to see widespread, not only us, we got to see other schools and what they're doing. Like what you say when you go to a conference, other schools, what they're doing, what problems they have and how they fixed them, and where they've come from, knowing that, they had certain things going on, some problems, and as they fixed them, how things got better. But the thing is that, like, in general, we always start things and we start like a diet. I'm going to diet. You do it for a month, 6 months, a year, and then 2 years go by, 3 years, yeah, right? Well, that's like what we're going to do here. In other words, we are saying right now our problem is in advising, or that's where we have our bottlenecks, okay, or things happen. We want to know every month or every time we meet, what are we doing and where are we going? How far have we come? What do we need? What do you need from us to make it work, to make it, seamless eventually, so that we then can report to the Aspen Institute, look, because of what we learned here, the problems that we saw at our school, this is where we started and this is where we are now. And we are moving. And this really should not only be done now with this, it should be done with everything. Because the follow through is what's hard, guys. The ideas are, we need to fix this, we need to do this, let's get this, or somebody call me for this. No, everybody does that every day. But you forget in a week or 2 weeks or a month. The hard part is following through the hard parts. You know what I mean? So I look forward to hearing what you all are going to report to us every month or every time we get together for our board meeting and see the progress that we've made. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. B. Before I hand it over to Dr. Ramirez, if she wants to say something, one of the things that I also found very interesting, and just to report to the board, that Dr. Ramirez wanted to see or wants to see is because we have a lot of students that they probably don't know what they want to do. They're coming in here and they're, well, I want to be a math teacher. Well, I want to, welding or whatever it might be. And sometimes that's the reason why they just lose interest. So one of the things that Dr. Ramirez was talking to us that she wanted to do was, if we find a student that we feel that they're not in the right place, try to guide them into whatever they feel they should, or where we can find the place where they should be going so they could finish and follow through. So I think that is also going to be a very important component, because this is a first generation community, right? So a lot of these kids, they probably don't know what to ask to their parents or something like that. And I think we need, I'm not saying we're going to be their parents, but we can guide them to so they could go through the right path. So like Ms. B said, we're going to be on a diet, right, Ms. B? Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you,
Good
sir.
presentations, you guys do that.
I want to thank all of you for actually committing to this. So while we evaluate and assess the charge that you all have given us, which is academic advising, whether we're advising students through a pathway from a workforce to an academic program, or whether it's whatever pathway the individual chooses. The idea behind it is, I think the critical thing we've learned in the last 3 months is we're spending 80% of our time doing transactional work and 20% of our time doing transformational work. And the goal is that using technology, we're going to spend 20% of our time doing the transaction and 80% of our time talking to kids and students and changing their lives, giving them that guidance and support that they need to be successful. And so that's our goal. We will keep it on the agenda, as you all committed to Aspen, every month for a year. But our hope is that by November or December, you're going to see some massive changes. And then the follow through, as you said, will continue, and every month until next May or June, you're going to continue to get a report. And each month, Dr. De Sola will be accompanied by a different task force member to help give the presentation. So that's the hope, so that you can start to see and hear what each area is doing through this transformational process.
That's very, very good. Thank you. Any other questions or comments? No. Ms. Ramos?
I think we'll hear about it from the absent person in this formula, which is the student. So the student will get better reception, better retention, better attention to the needs of each individual student, right? So we should add the student also as well, because as we know, students stay here for 2 years and then the cycle starts all over again, right? So definitely, I just wanted to add that too, that, we can come up and we can say what we've been doing, but the one that's gonna notice the difference the most, because it's like, Ms. Garcia was saying, it's like a diet, it's like a wedding. You only get one shot. Right? Well, supposedly. But but you keep coming back. But you only get one chance to do what's right by the student, because they'll never be a first-time student again. So I just wanted to add that.
Thank you, Ms. Ramos. Moving on, notification of travel to the NALEO 43rd Annual Conference, July 14th to the 16th, as per Laredo College Board Policy, BBG Local, board members, compensation and expenses, and BBH Local board members, conventions, conferences, and workshop. The NALEO is an approved conference. I will be attending, and there will be an item in the following board meeting when I go to report on that conference. Any questions or comments? Thank you. Item 7A, notifications of the serving of alcohol beverages at the Laredo College facility as per Laredo College Board Policy, GDA Local, Community Expressions and Use of College Facilities Conduct, and College District Premises. Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you, sir. I try to bring this up at least quarterly to remind you all that some of our facilities are being leased to external entities and to nonprofit organizations for their end of the academic year programming and services, and they will offer their patrons adult beverages. And we don't sell anything on campus. We don't have a liquor license here, but it is something that I like to just remind you all that it does happen on occasion. And so in these public spaces is where it would happen. And so we are cognizant that if alcoholic beverages will be served, that additional security is provided. So just for your information.
Any question, comments? No? Thank you. 7J, enrollment report and graduation. Dr. Ariasola and Ms. Trevino, go ahead.
Good evening, members of the board. Jessica Trevino, AVP of Enrollment Management for the record.
Ariasola, Vice President of Student Success and Compliance.
We do have a 55-slide presentation. I'm joking, very brief. But I do want to present to you tonight some numbers, some enrollment numbers. And although the discussion has been completed regarding the advising task force, and that advising task force has actually surfaced an extensive list of to-do items or update items that we need to work on as a team, I'm actually very happy to present today's numbers because in front of you, you have our spring enrollment, which is our comparison from last spring 2025 to spring 2026 as of today. And I do want to present to you a 6.2% increase in overall enrollment. That is a 724 student increase from spring 2025 to spring 2026. So with all the flaws we still have to address, we are achieving a 6.2% increase. So that is very, very commendable with the team and everything that we continue to do. Summer 1 to summer 1, Maymester, summer 1, summer 2, and fall 2026 enrollment and registration season is open, and we are presenting to you the numbers right now. What you are seeing on the summer 1 2025 is the final number. This is a number that we concluded summer 1 with. What you're looking at in summer 1 2026 is the registration number as of today. So we do have a difference of 1,589 students still to go in terms of being able to reach our final number from last year. We do still have 20 registration days open, and that would mean that we need to register 80 students per day from here on out so that we can meet last year's number. However, at this point in time, date to date, Cinco de Mayo last year to Cinco de Mayo this year, we are above our enrollment by 219 students. So we are on a good track to meet our goals. Questions on summer one? Summer two? Yeah, go ahead. Okay.
I was gonna ask, like, where were we at this time last year, or how does it look? You know, how do you compare day to day, really?
Right.
Or how many days more were there for us to register? Well, it was 20.
Of course. So pretty much in your enrollment report, the circle slides compare final number to today, because that's the information that we have, and the bar graph compares date to date. So as you see here for summer session 2 of 2025, our final number was 1,823 students versus right now where we are with registration of summer 2 2026, we are at 913 students. That leaves us 910 students to go. 43 registration days still remaining for summer session 2. Excuse me, that's a typo right there. That would mean that we have to register 22 students per day. But again, on a date-to-date comparison, Cinco de Mayo last year to Cinco de Mayo this year in registration dates, we are 126 students ahead of where we were last year for registration for summer session 2. Last but not least, fall 2025. Fall 2025, we did have a record enrollment of 11,445 students. Currently, we have 1,743 students. We still have a very long way to go. That is 9,692 students to go. There are still 76 registration days. Again, I forgot to switch summer session 1 to fall. That would mean we would have to register 128 students per day to be at par of where we were in the final number of last year. But again, Cinco de Mayo last year to Cinco de Mayo this year, we are 446 students ahead in registration. Now, I am very happy to report that these are 446 students ahead for our regular traditional student enrollment and not our dual enrollment population. Because the deadline for dual enrollment rosters is not until July 31st, you will continue to see this number a little low until we receive the rosters from our dual enrollment partners. Questions on registration enrollment for a regular student body?
Any questions, board members? No?
For the continuing
Go ahead.
education student population, registration for quarter 3 continues to be underway for the month of May. They do not close quarter 3 until the end of May, and we are looking at 333 students enrolled for this quarter, with enrollment increasing. The same thing for quarter 4. Registration is open and continues to increase along the months as they go by. A spring 2026 commencement ceremony. I know this was mentioned earlier. We are looking at 3 ceremonies, a very, very long day, a very, very long work day for those of us being there all day. We do have ceremony 1 and ceremony 2 exclusively for our dual enrollment students. We have played with the numbers as much as we can, but in order to accommodate every student in a nice, comfortable way, we had to split the ceremonies in 2. The morning ceremony is scheduled to begin promptly at 9 a.m., doors opening to the public and to the student graduates at 8 a.m. Ceremony number 2, starting promptly at 2 p.m. with doors opening to the public at 1 p.m. and the respective high schools that will be graduating in each ceremony are listed there. Ceremony number 3 is exclusively for the Laredo College graduating class, and we are looking to begin that ceremony promptly at 6:30 p.m. with doors opening to the public at 5:30 p.m. I do want to mention for the record, for the public listening in, to please account for traffic and construction in the area, because that is totally out of our control, and we want to make sure everybody has an opportunity to arrive safely for the ceremony. For ceremony 3, which is our Laredo College graduating class, we are almost hitting our maximum capacity of floor seats that we can accommodate students in at 678 students who have indicated their participation, and our cap is 700 students. So we're very excited for that.
If I may, sorry. We're at
78
and our capacity is 700.
for the floor seats.
And yeah, but it closed, right?
It's closed, yes.
Okay, so
It's
so we
closed.
made it.
It's closed and we have a little cushion, but
And I was gonna ask you, is there and
we
that's
can't
fine.
go to 4 ceremonies, sir.
No, and that's fine. I'll be there at all three. But is there a reason why, or what was the reasoning? Just to know on splitting on the first and second and the third, all just LC.
The reason is actually this right here, your
Okay.
numbers that you have. So the maximum, for safety purposes, the maximum capacity that we can sit on the floor, which are the chairs for the students on the floor, is actually 700. We did already have a ceremony with a little over that, and it became a safety concern because of the amount of students on the floor. So the arena has capped us at 700. We agreed on a very comfortable number at 700. And in no way, shape, or form where we accommodated these numbers, we would be able to fit ceremonies that would be less than 700 students. So that is the reason for the split, safety and capacity on the first.
You answered my question. Chair recognizes Dr. Ramirez.
Yeah, and I do want to just, currently, I've been watching the weather. Currently, there's a 75% chance of rain on Friday. So we ask everyone to please leave your homes early, take your time. We want to make sure that there is a lot of construction right now on the loop. And so we're hoping for a safe and wonderful experience for all of our families and all of our participants. And so we want to make sure that everybody has a good experience at this. So take your time, leave early, watch out for rain.
Definitely. And I do want to close the presentation by making sure everybody is very aware that once again, for the spring 2026 commencement ceremony and graduation events, we do have a record-breaking number of 1,891 students who are graduating from Laredo College with an associate's degree or a certificate or an occupational skills award. Out of those, 1,356 have indicated their interest in participating in the commencement ceremony. So again, congratulations to everybody. This is definitely a team effort.
That's really, really cool. Is there any questions or comments from board members? No? The numbers say it all, honestly, on behalf of like the board, for the staff. You guys are doing an awesome job. This is really good work, and this is from everybody, from Cesar Finance to, Dr. Lasola, from Jessica, Dr. Rami, everybody. It just shows the hard work. So thank you so much for that. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Moving on. Okay, item number 8, the consent agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to approve consent agenda item 8A, 8B, 8C, 8D, 8E, 8F, 8G, 8H, 8I, 8J, 8K, 8L, and 8M.
There's a motion by Ms. Leander, there's a second by Ms. Ramos. Just for the record, all these items were discussed in their appropriate committees, so they have been approved by the committee chairs. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion passes. Thank you. Item 9A, approval of an amendment to the resolution requesting that the Laredo College Board of Trustees approve the submission of a grant application by the Laredo College Grant Office for an amount of $78,152 for the 26-28 Operation Stone Garden, Stone Garden Grant Program to the State of Texas Office of the Governor, Public Safety Office, Mr. Lozano. I believe this one is just an amendment that Ms. Vela mentioned.
Yes.
Dr. Riazola, go ahead.
I just want to mention to everybody that this resolution was previously approved by the board in March of 2026. Because some changes were made to who was the reporting officer, the resolution has to be reread and re-approved.
Okay. Is there a motion to, or do we read it first, Rusty?
Read it first.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Ramos.
Yes, read it.
The resolution states, whereas Laredo College finds it in the best interest of the citizens of Laredo and South Texas that the Laredo College Police Department participate in the fiscal year 2026 through 2028 Operation Stone Garden Grant Project. And whereas the Laredo College Board of Trustees approves the submission of a grant application by the Laredo College Grants Office in the amount of $78,152 to the State of Texas Office of the Governor Public Safety Office for the 2026-2028 Operation Stone Garden Grant under the following funding programs. Fiscal year 2026 through 2028 Operation Stone Garden Grant Program, State of Texas E-Grants Application Number 5044902. Whereas Laredo College agrees to provide applicable matching funds when required for the said project, but no matching funds are required for this grant application as noted by program guidelines. Whereas Laredo College agrees that in the event of loss or misuse of the State of Texas Office of the Governor funds, Laredo College assures that the funds will be returned to the Office of the Governor in full. Whereas Laredo College designates Dr. Minita Ramirez, President, as the grantee's authorized official, the authorized official is given the power to apply for, accept, reject, alter, or terminate the grants on behalf of the applicant agency. Whereas Laredo College designates Ms. Susana Carrion, Restricted Grants Manager, as the grantee's financial officer, FO, the financial officer is given the power to submit financial and/or programmatic reports or alter a grant on behalf of the applicant agency. Now therefore be it resolved that the Laredo College Board of Trustees approves the submission of a grant application for a total of $78,152 in grant funding by the Laredo College Grants Office for the 2026-2028 Operation Stone Garden Project to the State of Texas Office of the Governor Public Safety Office. Duly resolved by the Board of Trustees of Laredo College on the 26th day of March 2026, now being the 5th day of March 2026, correct?
Yes.
Duly noted, and I make a motion to adopt this resolution.
There's a-
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Ramos, there's a second by Ms. Liendo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No. Motion passes. Thank you, Dr. Arrezola. 9B, approval modifications to the Laredo College Board Policy, BD Local Board Meetings. Ms. Ramos.
So, sir, this item, agenda item, it is to bring to the board to approve the modifications to Laredo College Board Policy. It is placed in your file or in the packet, and all we're doing is changing the 72 hours to 3 business days on page 2 of 3 of the BD Local. And it is just because HB 1522 amended the Texas Open Meetings Act, specifically 551.043. It changed the posting requirement from 72 hours before the meeting time to at least 3 business days before the meeting date. The law took effect September the 1st, 2025. I make my motion to approve the modifications to Laredo College Board Policy, BD Local Board Meetings as presented.
There's a motion by Ms. Ramos.
I'll second.
There's a second by Ms. Garcia and Ms. Vela. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion passes. Thank you. 9C, approval of revision to the Laredo College Board Procedural Manual. Ms. Ramos.
On this item, agenda item is to approve the revisions to the Laredo College Board Procedures Manual. We spoke about it in the Program and Policy Committee meeting, and we recommend that the board approve the following revisions and updates to the Laredo College Board Procedures Manual. It's listed also on the pamphlet packet. We talk about page 13, page 14, page 21, page 22, page 23, page 24, page 31, page 33, and page 36. It's duly explained also on the pamphlet, on the packet. And it is a working document that serves as a comprehensive guide. We have modified it continuously throughout the time since we adopted it. So it details the standard procedures and best practices that govern the LC board. So recognizing that there's always room for improvement, this manual is intended to be a working document. It will evolve alongside our processes, incorporating feedback and insights from all board members, and your contributions are vital to ensuring that we maintain relevance and effectiveness in our procedures. We encourage everyone to engage with this manual actively, whether by suggesting updates, sharing experiences, or identifying areas for improvement. I bring to the board approval. My motion is to approve the revisions to the Laredo College Board Procedures Manual as stated on the pamphlet and in the policy meeting.
There's a motion by Ms. Ramos.
I'll second.
Second by Ms. Vela. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No, motion passes, thank you. 9D, approval updating the name of the Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Science Center to the Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Center as per Laredo College Board Policy CLA Local Facilities Planning Facility Standards. Dr. Ramirez.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is, we're just requesting board approval for updating the naming of the Lamar Bruni Vergara, currently it's Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Science Center to the Lamar Bruni Vergara Environmental Center.
So moved.
There is a motion by Ms. Liendo. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Ms. Adriana. Was it you? No, or Ms. Ms. Alexander and Ms. Garcia. There is a question. Ms. Ramos?
My question is on the budgetary considerations. I realized that we were in the grand reopening of the center, and I kept saying Environmental Science Center because accordingly we had not voted on it, right?
Yes, ma'am.
But do we have a preliminary amount of how much we are going to be spending to remove the word science from the?
So currently, we have not redone any signage as part of the upgrade. And so what we did, we just put, what is the film there? It's film that we produce in-house. So all of the little stickers and things that we put on all of the cages, they're all in-house laminated pieces of paper. So at the point of rebranding things, then we can start to take the science off. It will be a gradual process. It will not be something that we're gonna rip off the walls and take it away. But as things need to get updated and upgraded, we'll start to take that out. It is redundant. And so the idea is to make it shorter, easier on the tongue, and certainly easier for us to produce things with a shorter acronym.
And then the other question that I also had is, there is already a plaque that's already situated there from when it first opened.
That will stay. That has to stay.
And then when is the other plaque coming up?
It has been ordered. It was ordered by the contractor about 2 months ago. It just has not arrived. So we're waiting for it to come in, and then we'll install it.
And I would like to see if it's possible, Mr. Chairman, if we could have, for the trustees, an event of that.
The installation of the plaque.
installation of the
Sure,
plaque, yes,
we'd be
please.
happy to do it. Sure, not a problem.
Thank you.
As noted. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No, motion passes. Thank you. Item 9E, discussion and possible action regarding the dual enrollment program memorandum of understanding entered into with other educational institutions, including policies and procedures for developing, reviewing, and revising them. Ms. Newsome, would you want to continue with this item, ma'am? Go ahead.
Mr. Muir, is this where I can now ask the questions regarding the policies, procedures, revisions, and things like that? I mean, they do have some questions on the, because I know it's been revised. I see the revised one that was sent to us with all the, highlighted areas and red, on it. And I just had some questions on that. Is this where I can ask the questions?
So, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Muir.
Thank you. And I'll make this comment just to all board members. We know that the Texas Open Meetings Act requires that the public receive advance notice of the subjects to be discussed. So if board members discuss subjects that are not listed on the agenda, you violate the Open Meetings Act and you expose the board and the college to penalties. So we don't want to do that, and that's what we want to be careful with. So the way to look at each of, I'm sorry.
With that, well, she wants to ask questions on policies and procedures. Can she stick to that?
Well, and so what I was going to say, when you look at this item, it involves the policies and procedures for developing, reviewing, and revising the MOUs. So as long as the subjects discussed, right, it's question subjects discussed, stick to that, then we'll be fine.
Okay. Ms. Newsome, do you want to ask questions on that?
Yes,
item?
and I don't want to violate anything. So if I am, just, just chime in there. But I do have some questions. I've had a hard time. I should have like transferred it and made it bigger. I've had a hard time reading it because it's so small and I can't really see. But I do have some basic questions. And hopefully, if you all can answer them, I would appreciate it. And if not, you can get back to me on these questions. All right. On the part where it says the parent it says that the instructor is not expected to, or the college is not expected to. I would make a recommendation, right, that instead of putting that, because that leaves room for interpretation. Like if parents cannot communicate with the college, then we should put cannot. That's
What page are you at? De volada,
oh
tú,
boy.
Ms. Newsom?
Okay.
Because it's the
I think
packet
page
system.
5. Yeah,
Page
page
five?
5. Page 5. On the dual post-secondary credit partnership agreement, the one that has like red on it, there's like red and yellow and some stuff on the side. I think it's page 5. Let's see. Uy, these little mosquitoes.
Page 5. Page 5.
Right now, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Muir, but we don't have anything in, anything that's written that states that parents cannot communicate with college personnel. Am I wrong?
I am not sure about that. I don't know if it's addressed in this
It is
dual
on page 5.
partnership agreement, and I don't know if there are other policies or internal procedures that address that.
Letter C?
Yeah, I can't.
Okay, yeah, right there
What-
on
what-
letter C, page 5, letter C.
Page 5. Yeah. And it's
What?
letter B and C.
Okay, got it. So you're discussing,
Ms. Newsom, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, can I ask a
Chair,
question?
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos to help.
Ms. Newsom, is it 5B and 5C?
It's 5C. I
Page
think,
5, B and C.
Yeah, I think FERPA, as far as I know, right, the high schools give that to all the parents. They have to go to a parent meeting and they give that as part of the introductory packet whenever the students start. So that should already be there. But I mean, I know.
So, okay, to answer your question, I think I'm understanding. You're asking if we have a form that we give to our students on that?
No. I'm actually asking about 5C. Jackie was asking about 5B and C. So I said, I gave some clarification on 5B. I think we're good on that because the high schools are responsible for that. They
Yeah,
give
the
that at the
parents
very
sign
beginning.
off.
Yeah.
Yes.
And so my question is on 5C. It says if a parent or guardian wishes to access a dual credit student's educational record, the student. Okay, no, that's the FERPA. Oh, let me see. Expected to communicate directly with parents. No, where is it?
I thought it was 5C. That's
Me, I saw it and I got it from here. That's why I was like, okay, that just, oh my goodness. I can't see it. Does anybody see it where it says,
any concerns
expected
raised by
to,
students?
the words
parents?
expected to, when it comes to parents? Anyone see that?
5B.
Me? Jackie, sorry.
Let's see.
I
It's
can't
5B,
see you all.
right?
Okay, there it is. Yeah,
Yeah.
will not be expected to.
Communicate directly with
yeah.
parents due to the limitations proposed on the college under the family education. Okay, so it's fixed.
Well, because
Or-
the form is signed, right? And so that is signed as part of when the parents go at the initial, right? That's what I was told. That's what both
So
UISD and
what
LSD.
would you like to add? to
I
what
know,
you-
I want to
Okay.
change if you all think
I
and
know that.
agree, if it's a good idea. I mean, it's not just me. What I'm bringing up is the expected to part. If we, as the college, are saying, what, parents cannot, then we should put parents cannot. Because right now, there isn't anything written that says parents cannot. And so if we're going to, that's what we're seeking, then it should be stated cannot, or instead of not expected to, because that leaves room for, that's wiggle room, guys.
Just one quick comment. We cannot add it. We can suggest it to Dr. Ramirez, and then she'll talk to legal and her team to be able, in which she's writing it down.
Thank you, Mr. Rangel, that's exactly what I meant.
Yeah.
Yes.
So,
That's my suggestion, so yes.
Okay.
Right, okay. So
go
that's,
ahead,
that's
you
one.
guys,
Can I
you
move
have
on?
something to say?
I'm gonna pass.
Mr.
So Julio Reyes, Director of Recruitment and Dual Enrollment for the record. So the FERPA release form is not something that is signed at the high school. That is something that is signed directly with the college with the student. So FERPA rights lie at the college area, so that the student would have to come into the college and do that FERPA release. So it's not with the high school.
That's what they, and I apologize for that information, that's what they said, so.
And just for the record, the FERPA release form has to be signed in person by the student at the registrar's office. The registrar does have discretion if they feel the student is coerced to sign the form by a parent or an accompanying, they do have the discretion to speak to the student privately. And if the student wishes to sign, they proceed with the signature. If the student wishes not to sign, they won't proceed with the signature.
Okay.
That's in general for every student.
Thank you for
dual
that
and regular.
clarification.
Thank you.
But so we're gonna address that part whenever you all decide to address
Well,
it.
we're suggesting it to Dr. Ramirez, she'll see if what's the best language, or she'll just work on it. Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos, and we'll go back to you, Lizzie. Hold on.
Yes, okay, no problem.
I want to clarify something, because I too was in that situation with my students, and also with my son and my daughter. They had to give me permission to access the information. And out of both of them that I had, one of them said no. I had to respect that student, or my son. And then my daughter was like, yes, I'll give you permission so that you can check my grades, right? But it's always been an understanding that this transcends towards a dual enrollment program. And we've had that situation with parents, having worked with the parents, in that setting also, where they're not allowed to access the information unless given permission by the student and it is explained to them. And I don't see the difference between will not or not be expected. I think it's fully stated at the beginning when they provide the orientation to the parents. And I can tell you that half of the parents forget about it or they don't listen to it. And then all of a sudden they come back and they're like, I want access to the records. And we have been through the same situation where they had to come through the registrar's office and sign there that they gave permission. And I mean, I can attest to that. So I understand that part and how it transcended to the dual enrollment program. So I just wanted to make some clarification from a personal standpoint. So, I mean, I've been through that before, so.
Thank you. Dr. Tijerina, go ahead.
Maricela Rodriguez Tijerina, Provost Vice President of Academic Affairs. So I just want to be clear, what they're explaining is on the admissions outreach, right? But in the classroom, higher ed instructors do not communicate with parents. We are not obligated to talk to the parents, right? That is a given in higher ed practices under the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board and under our SAC COC. Now, if a parent, we have to have the permission from the student to have those discussions when it comes to instructional matters. So we're not, and I say this because I've served as a high school teacher and a higher ed, right? In high school, you're supposed to call whenever somebody's falling through the cracks, as they call it, right, quote unquote. But here, this is why when we send out our faculty to go teach at the offsite locations, there's a dual facilitator that sits there in the classroom who's not qualified to teach for us. This is why we have to send our faculty. The dual facilitator is the one that does the progress component that the high school requires, because we don't require our faculty to do progress reports. We have an expectation of a midterm grade, so that way students more or less know where they stand, and then there's final grade submission. So there is a difference with the high school expectation versus the higher ed expectation.
Thank you, Dr. Tijerina. Any other questions? Ms. Newsom?
I also want to know if there's something in here regarding the posting of grades on our, right, of course, we're here at the college. I can't control, we can control what the high schools or districts do. But for our instructors, is there something here on the grading, like what are the policies and procedures for posting grades? Is there anything there? I haven't seen it, that's why, but I may have missed it. Like,
Posting
when
for grades, again, higher ed, we post the final grade, that's it. So we have no expectation in regards to the 6-8 week progress, and they all, I think for the most part, both school districts and the other school districts that we have the same expectation about the 8-week progress. But that's not anything that is encouraged, or because again, our role in higher ed is to treat the offsite location in the same format and fairness to our traditional students, because the moment we deviate.
Maybe I didn't clarify. No, I mean like the instructor from here, like the Laredo College instructor posting the grades on Canvas, right? Is it Canvas? Yeah, that's what I meant. Nothing to do with the school.
The only expectation with higher ed is that they provide immediate feedback. So immediate feedback, it's gonna vary on the discipline. You know, grading something that Canvas can automatically grade for them can be an automatic within seconds. An English teacher reading a research paper could take days or up to a week, depending on how many students they have. So I can't, there's no in higher ed a flat answer, because it all varies contingent upon the discipline.
Thank you, Dr. Tijerina. Any other questions to Ms. Newsom?
Yes. Okay, and also just here again, it might be here, but I haven't seen it. Is there anything in these guidelines, right? This the policy, the revisions that were made that does the college, and so I'm gonna to differentiate. I'm not talking about the districts. Does the college, right? Do we have anything in place for instructors' reports for the student success that are in these dual programs or courses? Like, are there any procedures for failing students on the LC instructor's part? It's a yes or no. I mean, that's a yes or no.
Can you repeat the question again?
Yeah, so on these guidelines, and again, I'm asking if it's there because it might be, right? And I'm, haven't seen it, right? But I'm asking if, so for the LC instructors, right? Are there any policies or guidelines for their reporting on the students' success, students in dual enrollment? Like, what are the procedures for failing students on the LC instructor's part? Is that better?
Yeah, I kind of think. Dr. Tijerina? Go ahead, Dr. Tijerina.
To answer whether there's a set timeline, no, but we do have an initiative called the Early Alert. So at any point that our faculty, including dual adjuncts, because remember, faculty and dual adjuncts are trained in the same way. They're both officially instructors of records. So they both cannot deviate from the practices of a higher ed course where we're issuing out the credit, right? So at any point, both dual adjunct and faculty, when there's reason to believe there's whether an emotional, a hardship, a grade falling that they've already consulted with the student, that early alert will kick in, and advisors. And again, if it's dual, then we communicate with the school district.
There we go. To follow the questions, Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
So the clarification on that, and just because I remember it, the counselor of record assist that teacher that's in that classroom and make sure that the students are on track. So from my experience, I've seen the counselor, early college, and then the regular counselor address those situations so that the student can either raise the grade or whatever they need to do. But that's on the side of the school. The professor or the adjunct faculty member that's there, what I witnessed is that they did the job as if they were teaching the college course. And then that person that's there in the classroom assists them. I mean, again, this is my own, what I saw in the classroom, what I saw with the counselor themselves. But it is not a part of the memorandum of understanding because it is policies and procedures that the district follows to offset whatever agreement, which is providing the higher education component to the student in the classroom. So, I mean, that's my clarification. I mean,
Dr.
That is,
Tijerina?
that is
Again,
correct, Ms. Ramos. So basically, if a student is failing, that's not the obligation. I don't want to say that we in higher ed don't care. We do reach out to the student, although we're not obligated by our regulatory agency, right? But the school district should, they have the facilitators, they have their dual adjuncts that communicate frequently or should communicate frequently with the parents when a student is failing.
Thank you, Dr. Tijerina. Ms. Newsom?
Okay, so just so that I'm understanding, right? We don't have, like, there's nothing written in here, well, you know, and I'm not talking about all the instructors, right? I'm talking about those that are servicing the dual enrollment. And I can't, you know, I can speak, but I'm not going to speak because I've been, you know, a principal for doing a dual enrollment. So I'm just speaking, I don't want to involve the district because we can't control that. I'm just speaking about, you know, here. And so, I mean, I don't mean disrespectfully, Jackie, but, you know, I'm focusing on here. And so we don't have anything like expectations, policies, or anything like that for the gradings, how they're posted, and if a student is failing, if I'm understanding correctly. No?
Well, not in an MOU, but under THECB, we do have an academic calendar that we submit to THECB. And in that, for the entire academic year, which you all approve, this is where we have the starting date, the end date, when final grades are due, and when they have to be submitted. That is our obligation in higher ed.
The question to rebuttal on that one. Are we obligated to put it on the MOU?
No.
Okay.
So I wanted to clarify. So the MOU is an understanding, it's an agreement. Procedures, details of grading processes should not be in an MOU, right? That's why we have separate handbooks. We have an employee handbook on our end, a faculty procedure manual, where there's a lot more details. Because if not, the MOU would be pages, right, of policies and procedures. So yes, we have faculty submits the grades to the registrar's office. And that's where it's the official record office for the students. That's reflective on the transcript.
Thank you. Chair recognizes Ms. Garcia.
Okay, I'm thinking about myself when I was in college, okay? And I left as a freshman to UT or whatever. If I didn't go and see my professor was never gonna let me know, Ms. Newsom. Honestly, I don't know how it was where you went or where you went, but it's always up to the student when you're in college. Now, I was in high school for 28 years, and there I was begging the kids to get to class, to do your homework, come to school, call your parents for attendance, the whole shebang. Because that was my job as a teacher and then as an administrator, okay? But I do remember when I was in college, I mean, I was on my own. And if I didn't understand something, I had to find a tutor. I had to go to the professor. I had to find out when their hours were. I had to do all the work. That was the difference. And I think that's the hard part between when you're in high school and then you go to college, because then you're on your own. I was at UT on my own. My parents didn't know what time I was coming in, what time I was going to do my homework, if I was doing my homework, if I was at the movies during the class, or if I did or didn't go, or what I did. Okay? And if I failed or not, it was up to me to keep up. I mean, I don't know the difference between the University of Texas and Laredo College, or I don't know if the rules are really different. I think it's higher ed. I think it's all the same. But even back then in 1981, I still had to do that all by myself as a freshman, as a kid, because you still are a kid. I still was 18 years old, you know? And so I imagine that that's the way it is right now. That's what I imagine, Ms. Newsom. And that's why I think that those things are not on here, but because that's just not the way it is in higher ed.
Let me just make a quick note. Let's stick to the item. It's questions on policies, procedures, and developing, reviewing, and revising. So the MOU. So is there any other questions pertaining to this particular? Rusty's over here trying to pull my ear, so we could stick within the item of policy, procedure, developing, reviewing, revising the MOU. Just answer the question if it is on
Yes,
the
we
MOU or
have.
not.
We have with our disability services where the student has to self-disclose.
Or
their,
a regular student, our regular students. As part of the dual MOU, we do not screen the students. The students are screened by the ISDs.
I think that answers that question. So, do you have another question?
That's it, Mr. Angel. So yes, so let's say the student with autism, right, discloses that, right, and they should disclose that actually way before the class starts, right? Because they already know in dual enrollment in high school, they pretty much know what class they're going to take the next semester, right? So they submit all that to the Office of Disabilities, right? So is there again? I'm going to ask that. Is there a time frame for when the disability instructions per se to the facilitator on campus, right? The teacher of record at the so no, dual enrollment. I'm sticking to dual enrollment, and I'm sticking to what's here on the policies and procedures right here. I'm sticking to that, guys. Not deviating. Right now I'm on there's a little part on the disability, and I want to say it's page. Support services, I think it's page 8, correct me if I'm wrong, right?
Page 8?
Yeah, page 8. Yeah. So my question is, the kid does what they're supposed to do, submits, right? These are my disabilities to the disability office. What is the turnaround time? What are the expectations for the disabilities office to make sure that the high school program teacher, whatever you want to call it, already knows,
Lizzie,
right? Yes.
Rusty's telling me that's not in the MOU.
Yes, it is. I'm asking about the student support, services, disability services, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I believe that the MOU itself has a reference to services, but it doesn't have that detail, as I understand it. So if administration starts talking about policies and procedures that don't involve reviewing and revising the MOUs, then we're drifting off topic. But I suppose the administration could answer that question. Again, I just think, and this goes back to what I'd mentioned earlier today, or just a short time ago, you have to look at the agenda item and then discuss the subject that's in there. Right?
Here.
Yeah. So I don't know if you revise or develop the MOU and that information is included in there, it sounds like that would be appropriate for this item.
Oh, is it? Oh.
to answer the question about the turnaround time, again, much like Dr. Tijerina mentioned earlier, there is no exact turnaround time. Now, if a dual student reaches out for help from our Disability Services Office, the Disability Services Office will make sure that all the required Senate Bill 12 disclosures and waivers are signed, and then we'll work with the student to provide. It's a little different in higher ed than it is in the high school, so we're not required to modify the curriculum for the student. We can provide some accommodations, but no modifications to it.
Yeah, no, and that I understand completely. I'm just wondering when it translates or gets to the teacher of record that needs to make sure that that's you see.
Communication.
Or meaning, sorry, actually not over there, here, from the disabilities office, perdón, from the disabilities office to the LC instructor. That's actually.
We use Accommodate, which is a technology solution that we use in the disability services to communicate. It makes the turnaround time, it cuts it down. So, and it's all done electronic. All the letters are sent through that service.
And I think the key thing here, if I may, is there's a difference between an accommodation and a modification. In the dual credit, for the dual credit students that we service, the high schools are responsible for providing the accommodations. The college professors will only provide a modification, and we're not required to, I'm sorry, the other way around, pardon me. I made we provide an accommodation, not a modification. We will not change a test. We may give more time for a test. We will, and so there's a difference between what we would do and what the high school programs will do. Now, the communication between our disability services coordinator, and if we don't get the information from the high school counselors or the liaisons in the high schools, and our disability services office isn't aware, that's different. Now, students that come here as regular students, if they don't self-disclose, they will not receive accommodations.
So no, right?
It's not in the MOU.
No, there's not, okay. Because all of that we had already spoken about. Yes, the student has to disclose. My question was, from there, how long does the teacher record here, Laredo College instructor, how long is it till they get
the dual credit teacher?
From here, from the college.
From the college disability services to the dual credit teacher.
Laredo College, yes, teacher.
To the Laredo College professor.
Yes, ma'am, instructor, right. Sorry.
So, sorry if I may, right after the disability meeting happens and the accommodations are agreed upon, the instructor of record will get an email. Right away, as soon as that happens, the instructor of record will receive that accommodation letter via email. They will have to acknowledge that letter, and it will be sent back over to the disability office, everything done electronically. So that is the process. Now, if we're discussing if we're dual credit, our dual credit team, our partners do have a step-by-step requirements for our disability services when they're working with them. And we explain everything to them there from the moment that the student has that disability services meeting all the way to the teacher of record getting that information. So it's right after their meeting with them.
Okay. So
I will stop there. I'll bring some other stuff again. I'll have to bring it in another way.
one of the things that we could, that could also happen is, you tell me, Dr. Ramirez, if you have the questions, you could email them and she could get together with her team. So then that way you could have it in an email, and with because right now they're trying to answer as much as possible. So I would suggest that también if you want to, but it's up to you. Madam Chair recognizes Ms. Liendo.
Thank you. And I would also suggest, just to make sure that we are following with the Robert's Rules of Order, that you specifically outline how the questions are referring to the item that you're posting. And if you could be specific as to the page number where everybody could find what you're referring to, so that there isn't time wasted in trying to go page by page, trying to find out what page you're on,
and it would just make it easier for everybody.
No action needed? No? Okay, we're moving on. Item F, thank you, staff. Discussion possible action to amend action previously adopted regarding the Laredo College presentation in the participation in the contribution to the City of Laredo Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone, TERS number 1, Ms. Newsome.
We were gonna discuss that, I believe, in.
No, the thing that's gonna happen is the contract. This is, you wanna take
Yeah,
action to
so
amend
I
the
was-
action.
Yes, so I was, I don't know if I can say what I want to say. I
Okay,
was
well,
waiting to
the
listen
thing
to
about-
something, and I
okay,
didn't
so-
get to, so, I mean, that.
Mira, the one that you're talking about that we voted on was to instruct the president to start negotiations to bring a contract. Now we're bringing a contract. So do you just want to void your item? Or do you want to like bring back the item, or I don't know?
Again, I was waiting. That would have been discussed right now if I would have been able to get the information that I was hoping to get prior to this meeting. So I cannot
Okay, so you wanna just table your item?
for now.
Okay. No action taken. Okay, 9G, discussion possible action regarding, no, I'm sorry, my glasses. Discussion possible action regarding compliance with board of Trustees procedural manual, page 15, including agenda submission deadlines, agenda placement, authority, and the consistent application of the such procedures. Possible closed session to the Texas Government Code, section 551.071. Ms. Newsome.
I'm gonna ask Ms. Ramos, has that changed any, Jackie, on the policies manual?
The procedures.
As I referenced page 15, I wanted to ask you, I don't understand, because page 15 talks about ethics. But I
Oh,
don't
then
know if
it
was-
shouldn't be on the, it should be on the manual?
Are you talking about the one that we just approved, that to be on time with, instead of 72 hours, it's 3 business days?
Yeah, because
That one already got passed. It's
Because that
approved.
changed, right?
But that
Yes.
changed already.
Yeah, and that's why I was asking, just wanting to make sure, because I remember, so
But
I
it
was there.
references
I was
that,
there.
it references that,
Yeah.
right?
We just passed it right now.
So just to be clear, we went from, what was it, 6 days now to 3 days?
It was
Or-
72 hours, but
No, it went to 10 days, 10th day.
no, but back then it allowed you to use weekends and non-working days as the hours towards it. Right now, it's business days. Ms. Ramos, go ahead.
So the one that Ms. Newsom is referring to is to the one that says 10 days. Now we're giving people 10 days. So the provision stating, page 22, add a provision stating that the board meeting agendas will be emailed to board members at least 3 business days. That was one of them. And it was also adding the 10 days and 72, 3 days, 72 hours for the posting. So there were 3 different things. And all of the, we revised the deadline for submitting the agenda items, which is page 21. It was duly noted here. Page 21 says, if a board member wishes to have an item on an agenda for a meeting, the member shall submit a written request all the way through to the very last line. The deadline for submitting items for inclusion on the agenda is the 10th working day before regular meetings and the 10th working day before special meetings. We discussed this in the Program and Policy Committee. So we included into this recommendations that we brought forth because we wanted to make sure that all of these items were changed. Why did we do 10 working days? It's because we give everybody ample time to be able to schedule the Program and Policy Committee meetings, to also have administration be able to, gather their data, their information. And so we moved it from 6 to the 10th, and we adjusted it also on the procedures manual because it's on the policy, but not on the procedures manual.
Okay, so,
Correct?
so then we're supposed to be following, right, what's there? Okay, so, are we doing this equitably? We are.
Yes.
So
Well,
if
that's what
a
it is.
person, one of us here, right, submits, now it's 10 days, right? 10 days prior, business working days, why wouldn't, like, and I'm talking about me, right? I had put 3 items and I did it within the time, back then it was 6 days. I did it within the timeline, even with days extra, and not one of my agenda items was put on there. So I'm talking about equity. That's what I'm talking about. Equitable
and correct
and
me if I'm
following the
wrong.
procedures.
Correct me if I'm
Shared
wrong.
governance and fairness.
No, correct me if I'm wrong. Did I not explain that to you?
Go ahead and explain it again, please.
I'm not gonna recall everything I said, but I explained it to you. We had a lengthy conversation. I wanna say at least 2 hours or something like that. I was in your office,
Not 2 hours, sir.
but I explained it to you. So now, I know that you have questions on
And that's not
other
even what
board
we were
members.
talking about in my office, for the record.
Yeah, and you said that there's other board members. I mean, if you give me a name, I'll be more than happy to talk to Ms. Bocanegra to see if she could pull out the emails, because everything has to be.
Alexander remembers?
Ms. Alexander, do you have a name?
A name?
Yeah, like of an item or whatever.
I thought he was asking about the recording. What did you need another board member
Oh,
for? I'm sorry.
it's because you mentioned to me that there's other board members that don't follow the policy. What we had, the equity. Who?
Okay, it's simple. The policy states, right, within 6 business days. And I submitted these agenda items with more than enough time, more than the 6 days. So I'm wondering, okay, is there something more that we need to add, or why weren't mine submitted and others have been?
Okay, and I'm just gonna close with this. Did you
Go
get
ahead.
an email from Ms. Bocanegra stating a deadline? I understand what you brought to the table. And that's the reason why we modified it, because you made us open our eyes and say you know what, there's something wrong in our procedure. But there was an email sent to all the board members, and that's an email that's been sent every month. Correct me if I'm wrong, board members, that Ms. Bocanegra sends you an email with a deadline. You did not meet the deadline, correct?
So what supersedes
yes
the
or no?
board policy, sir?
No,
What
and
does
that-
Ms.
and that's
Bocanegra's
not-
email supersede board policy? Yes or no?
And yes, I don't know, does it supersede it, Rusty?
It does not.
It's a procedure, and then the policy's in conflict with it, right? Let's speak frankly about that. I think that the item has changed so that now the policy says 10 business days. And I think the practice was that board members were submitting items. I can't remember
With
if
the
the
date
email
that's
said 8
being
or
sent
10
by the
business
president
days.
of, okay. So, okay. But the items that you wanted are being heard, correct?
3 months later. And for the record, board policy does not specify, unless we're gonna change that, a time of date. It's not in there. I mean, Jackie just told us that it goes from 6 to 10.
I'll answer it real quick. It's not 3 months later, it was a month later. But the other thing is, that was a good thing for you. You didn't show up for that meeting. So
Which meeting?
the meeting that you wanted the items to be on, that we're discussing right now, you didn't show up to the meeting. You were absent. You remember?
Yes, I do. Is it
So
the one,
they wouldn't have been heard either
is it the
way.
board meeting, or was it a committee meeting?
No,
Was
it was
it
a board meeting.
the one where
You wanted
our
your
best
items
friend's
to be on.
son had passed away, and that was the day of the rosary? Yes.
Okay. Bueno, anyhow, so
I asked to
things-
be excused for the record.
yes, and you were excused.
But that's not it.
But you got excused.
We're just circumventing.
But anyhow,
I mean,
okay,
the bottom
so-
line here is, are we or not following the board policy? Yes or no?
Rusty, can you answer what you did right now? It's procedure. We were just in conflict.
There was a procedure that was in conflict with the policy. And
that's the answer.
Yeah. And I think that's been addressed by the change to the policy. The policy is now in alignment with the procedure, my understanding.
Any other comment? Okay, Ms. Ramos?
In defense of, where this begins, the policy begins, I understand that it could be a misunderstanding. If I submit something at, let's say, for example, after working hours, I mean, I would just say that, I mean, we've never had this situation before because the deadline for submitting items, I empathize with the individual who is taking care of making sure that we are scheduled on time, not for the sake of Ms. Bocanegra, but for our sake, so that we can be in order. And so saying a deadline for submitting items for inclusion on the agenda is the 6th or the 10th working day before regular meetings, I think it would just mean like I need to make sure that I submit them, by, and it's stated on the email. I submit by, let's say it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Well, is there a confusion between 8 a.m. or 8 p.m. or 12 p.m. and 12 a.m.? I mean, I would think that we would understand that she's sending us out an email that says, please submit by a certain time or by the certain date so that she can get prepared. I mean, I don't understand how we need to include
Okay,
also.
because we're gonna keep going in circles, so I'm just gonna say something for the record. The internal emails do not supersede adopted board policy. Board policy does not specify a time of day or deadline. Agenda items from me were submitted within the 6th working day, which was back then, that was the thing, and actually with 2 extra days. However, I just want to say for the record, and just let me finish my statement because we're gonna keep going and y'all are trying to tell me things that no, it's not in the policy. So I'm requesting consistent application of board policy, what's stated on board policy regarding agenda placement, respectfully.
Thank you for your comment. Dr. Ramirez?
Thank you, sir. I do want to just state that for the record, Ms. Elizabeth Bocanegra, who has been the board secretary for 4 presidents, has followed the same procedure, sending out an email to all board members with the same practice, with the same number of days, with the same number. And if we were in violation of policy, I am sorry, but the practice, accepted practice by 4 presidents prior to me and prior board presidents as well, was what we were following. The fact that we may have been in violation or were in violation of whatever the board policy said, we apologize. We have now amended the board procedures to adhere to the new law, and we will be much clearer in our communication with the board members to appease the board. Good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item. Discussion on possible action regarding clarification of trustees' communication with college administration in a non-official capacity pursuant possible closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071 and 551.074. Ms. Newsome.
Again, Mr. Rangel, I was waiting to hear from you. So, and you said that we would talk about this today. So I can't address that until you and I speak.
But, okay, fine. So you just table the item?
Well, I'm waiting for a response from you, from our meeting with Mr. Muir last Monday, sir.
Do you want me to discuss that in open session?
It does say closed session here.
Okay, you want to go to closed session?
You said you were going to speak to me today.
Okay. Is there a motion to go to executive session? I know, I'm going to read the other ones. There's a motion and a second by Ms. Alexander. I'm going to go ahead and I might as well take the rest of the executive session items so we could approve them. Okay, well then let's vote on that one. All in favor? Anybody against? Okay. Item 10A, closed session, meeting with the Laredo College District Attorney to discuss legal issues related to Laredo College uh, participation in the contribution to the City of Laredo Tax Increment Investment Zone TERS 1 and the proposed participation agreement between Laredo College and the City of Laredo. Closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And B, closed session meeting with College District Attorney to discuss legal issues related to the U.S. Custom and Border Protection CBP notice of interest property located near our planned border barrier construction project, including Board of Trustees policies CAL legal and CAL local, appropriations and revenue sources, sales, trades, or leases of college owned property. Closed sessions pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. And C, discussion with Laredo College attorney involving case law related to the accessibility of cell phones, logs, and other data under the Texas Information Act, including the United States Supreme Court case for Bend Independent School District versus Paxton, 2013 WL 4495224, Texas App, July 13, 2013, review denied, Texas, January 31st, 2025. REGJ of PET for review denied, text, section 19, 2025, or September 19, 2025. CE stated denied, 2016 WL 795154, US March 23rd, 2020, closed session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.071. Is there a motion to go to executive session for those? There's a motion. There's a motion by Ms. Ramos, second by Ms. Liendo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion passes. It is approximately 9:18 p.m. and we're going to go to executive session. Good evening. It is again May 5th, 2026, and we are coming back from executive session, and it's approximately 10:37 p.m. No items were taken in, no action was taken in items 9H, 9, 10, 10A, 10B, 10C. We're moving on to item 11. Discussion with possible action 11A. Approval of the proposed participation agreement between the Laredo College and the City of Laredo for the City of Laredo Tax Increment Investment Zone, Reinvestment Zone, TERS, number 1. Is there a motion? Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
Yes, sir, I have a motion. I move that the Laredo College Board of Trustees approve the modified participation agreement between Laredo College and the City of Laredo for the City of Laredo Tax Increment Reinvestment Zone number 1 as presented to the board.
Second.
There's a motion by Ms. Ramos. There's a second by Ms. Liendo and Ms. Alexander. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against?
No.
Motion carries. Thank you. There is another motion for 11A.
Yes, sir. I move that the Laredo College Board of Trustees appoint Board President Esteban Rangel to serve as a representative of Laredo College on the TERS number 1 board.
There's a motion by Ms.
Second.
Ramos, second by Ms. Liendo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? Motion passes. Thank you. 11B, consider and take possible action on the U.S. Custom and Border Protection CBP Notice of Interest property located near the planned border barrier construction project and Laredo College riverfront property, including potential adoption of right of entry for survey and site assessment only.
Sure.
Chair recognizes Ms. Ramos.
I move that the Laredo College Board of Trustees approve the modified right of entry S, which has been accepted by U.S. Customs and Border Protection as presented to the board. The right of entry S will permit Customs and Border Protection to conduct surveys, geotechnical work, and environmental studies on the areas identified in the map attached to the right of entry S.
Motion by Ramos.
Second.
Second, Ms. Liendo. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No? Motion passes. Thank you. Item number 12, President remarks and reports. 12A, Campus Police Personal and Travel Report, Dr. Ramirez, and 12B, President remarks on recent happenings in the community. Dr. Ramirez, go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you, sir. And thank you, board members, for the meeting tonight. Your campus police report is in your packets. So are personnel items. Travel report, just an FYI, I will be out of town Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. I'll be in Mexico City for a college and universities conference where I will be keynoting. And then my president's remarks and report, I've been sending you all for some time now. Every Friday I send you a report about what's happening on campus and the things that the administration and I are doing and activities that are happening to keep you abreast weekly of our activities. And so while I have a 4-page list of things to advise you on, I think I will reserve my comments due to the late hour to my reports on Fridays. Other than that, I need just a reminder that graduation is Friday, and we do appreciate everyone's participation and help. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. 13, upcoming events, Friday, May 8th, 2026, 9 a.m. First one, 2 p.m. Second one, 6:30 p.m. Third one, Laredo College graduations at the same Auto Arena. I echo the same comment, Dr. Ramirez. I encourage the board members to be there. I think this is a milestone accomplishment by the college, the staff, and of course the graduates. Being that it's the largest graduation that we've had, I think we should be there, and I hope everybody, all my colleagues, are there. Monday, May 25th, 2026 Memorial Day holiday. Friday, May 22nd, 2026, 10 a.m. LC Regional Law Enforcement Academy graduations at the Martinez Fine Arts Center. Tentative, Wednesday, June 3rd, 2026. Time, TBA, Laredo College, Dr. Domingo Arechiga, Hall, ribbon cutting. Item number 14, next meeting date, Thursday, May 28, 2026, 6 p.m., regular board meeting of trustees.
Sir,
Dr. Ramirez.
yes, sir. One last announcement. I do want to wish all of our faculty members a happy Educators Week, Teachers Day, and also a happy Mother's Day to all of our mothers on our table and to all of your mothers that are alive and all of our employees who celebrate Mother's Day this coming weekend. We know that graduation is on Friday, and that's a great Mother's Day gift for many, but more importantly, we thank you for the support. We love our moms, so thank you,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Yeah, I'm sorry, we didn't say anything like that, but yes. Happy appreciations to our educators on behalf of the Board of Trustees, like Ms. Newsom mentioned earlier, and of course, most importantly, for those of you that are mothers, for those of you that still have a mother, que Dios las bendiga a todas ellas. Muchas gracias, and it is approximately 10:43 p.m. Can I get a motion to adjourn? Oh, Chair recognizes Ms. Benavides.
Conference, the Illusion Conference, last week, was it last week or two, a couple of weeks ago? And we were represented very well by Miss Jessica Trevino, Mr. Albert, and Mr. Gabriel Martinez. They did a fantastic job. You represented Laredo College very, very well, made us very proud. We saw that people flocked to you guys after the meeting, asking what about Laredo College and what we're doing. So I know that we are doing good things as far as new innovative things that they want to know, what we're doing, and so they can do it. So I congratulate you. I also congratulate Mr. Esteban Rangel and Miss Cindy Liendo that also presented to the CEOs, CIOs that were at the Illusion, right? Am I right, Miss? At the Illusion Conference, and that conference had over 6,000 people. They were from not only the United States, but they were from all over the world. And they also made us very, very proud representing our school. And they presented with another gentleman from Massachusetts, I want to say.
Was it?
And them three, they were board members presenting to these very distinguished people, and they shine very brightly. So I want to say thank you to you all, and thank you to you all before we close today.
Thank you so much, Ms. Benavides Garcia. There's a motion by Ms. Ramos.
Thank you.
There's a motion by Ms. Ramos to adjourn, and there's a second by Ms. Liendo to adjourn. All in favor?
Aye.
Anybody against? No? Motion passes. Now it's 10:45 p.m. Thank you.
Little cakes are for your Mother's Day. Your
Do
cakes
you
are
have
for
a-
Mother's Day.
Elizabeth.